Okay. Ooh. That's definitely a super spreader. That's definitely a super spreader. Lweni, Mwauka Banji, Bawoni, Kedu, Jambo, Moni Moni Onse, Sanbanani, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of the conference on harmonization of content regulation in Africa. To both our delegates in the room and those joining us virtually, my name is Nzinga Kunde and I'm so pleased to be your program director for another day today. We are live on Facebook. If you'd like to participate in the discussion, you can use the hashtags on Twitter, hashtag HCRA2021, hashtag FPB Harmonization, and the handle is at FPB_ZA. I'd like to do a brief recap of what took place yesterday before we move on to the program for today. The theme of the conference was building a picture of the future of content distribution. Themes and issues discussed included African storytelling, growing cross-border trade on the continent, saying real-time movement of content over the internet and social network means that no country can operate in isolation when it comes to content regulation. So countries across the continent have a variety of cultural norms and legislative standards. However, the concept of cross-border collaboration finds resonance in a number of ways, and one of the most important ways that emerged yesterday was that a single content regulation system across Africa would support trade in film and media content between nations and contribute to the intra-Africa trade that was spoken about in the Agenda 2063 and what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is hoping to achieve. There was also a concern about the need for increased agility and greater use of technology in the regulatory sector if they are to keep pace with the changing and converging entertainment platforms. There needs to be a faster turnaround time for ratings. When it comes to protecting film sector growth, it was said that legislation, code of conduct, and models for the protection of the rights of artists in the film space is important. Education and development of artists is also very important, and the need to grow the film market so that artists find employment. Then there was a very robust and lively youth panel. Some of the ideas that came out of that panel included content regulation forming part of the pre-production and script writing phases of filmmaking, applying the content regulation framework guidelines to scripts even before production begins, so people are not surprised later on in terms of the rating that they get. They also spoke about partnerships between the sector and government to support local content production. There needs to be a tougher stance against digital platform owners to comply to African legislations when they bring their platforms and content onto our continent. There was a discussion on child sexual abuse material, where it was said that prevention should be prioritized over repairing the damage of that material by placing the victim of CSAM at the center by creating laws, policies, and procedures. And it was spoken about the 4 basic elements to combat CSAM: awareness, prevention, reporting, and removal, not deletion. Then there was a convergence survey which closed our day, which the content regulation systems need to stay in touch with the people it serves through an open approach to public dialogue or by benchmarking the regulation system frameworks with public sentiment. Researchers needed to have a sense of whether content regulation systems are working and commonly understood by the consumer. So Mr. Opa Makhalemele rounded off the conference yesterday, and he's back as our first speaker today. We cut him off quite briefly at the end of the day, so he's going to have a full hour today to talk to us about yesterday and today. He's speaking about building a picture of the future of content distribution. If we could give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to stage.
Good morning, colleagues here in the House and those who are joining us virtually. I'm just going to, just talk briefly, give you an outline of some of the work that we are doing that pivots very well with this harmonization of African content regulation. So you might be familiar with, if you've been to a prison for a considerable length of time, or if you've lived in a boarding school, you might be familiar with the concept of total institutions, which tend to create a very strict hierarchy of authority, where it's very clear the time for going to sleep, time for lights out, time for eating, and even time for going out and exercise. What tends to happen in total institutions is that, personal agency is very robustly and actively discouraged. You are expected to behave as if you are part of an army, and you relegate key decision making to the person authorized to do so. The colonial system in South Africa had pretty much very similar characteristics to that. And what has happened is that too often when nation states developed in the wake of the independence movement in Africa, we tended to adopt some of the characteristics of this colonial system, sometimes quite literally so. When you look at our electoral system in South Africa, fortunately, although it had been built previously along the lines of the Westminster style, we built one that we thought would work best in our context. So what has happened in terms of media regulation on the continent is that as new countries evolved out of the post-independence movement, we happened to have adopted, sometimes remained with those systems for regulating content that were essentially quite paternalistic. So someone up there had the full authority to tell you what was good and what was not good for you. And they made these decisions pretty much without any interference or engagement with all the people that would be affected by those decisions. And some of those laws that are used to create media regulation across the continent, some of them, they still retain those elements. But we've seen over the past 30 years or so, or actually over the past 40 years, if you like, we've seen a movement from society, usually coming from the ground up, of people who today are actually in government. They are running government across the continent, who were developed within the spirit that the laws that impact on society must be formulated with society. That people who have to adhere to laws or regulations, they have to find resonance in those laws and regulations with their own aspirations, with their own desires. So the era of the authority or government telling the citizens what is good and what is not good is something that we've seen eroding quite speedily in the past 40 years or so. But the degree to which that is happening is actually staggered. But there's no question that the sentiment is shared across the African continent that citizens have to play a role in the rules that impact on them, one way or the other. So when we talk about harmonization of content regulation on the African continent, we are also talking about amplifying the voices of, for example, you saw yesterday, young filmmakers sharing the stage with the deputy minister of this department. You see, when we talk about the convergence survey, for example, you see how an authority mandated to regulate media content takes pains to go out and engage with society and find out what exactly people think about the regulations and the ratings that we apply on the content that they consume. So that is the spirit that informs this tendency towards building a common content regulation framework for the African continent, to place the consumer, to place the film producer, to place the citizen at the center of this work. Okay. So I'll be talking about the Content Classification Index, which is an idea not dissimilar to what we know about, for example, the Mo Ibrahim Index that looks at governance on the African continent. Other indexes that people might be familiar with would include something like the Happiness Index, because some of these indexes, they are just there to firstly show who is doing what? And what is it that is happening in a particular country that we might want to emulate? Or what are some of the things that are happening in other countries that we might want to think about and maybe think about ways of adapting or steering away from or learning from other experiences in other jurisdictions. So it is, in a sense, a kind of a peer, the way that when we grow up, we shape each other's behavior to a great extent by the company that we keep. So, for example, when I was growing up, my mother just told me that your friends she said to me, if you want to hang out in the street corner with your friends, those are the kinds of friends that will make sure that you end up hanging out in the street corner and doing all the things that people who hang out in street corners do. If you want to be something, you associate yourself with kids that show that they're working towards becoming something. So generally, that's sort of like the peer pressure that we place on each other, whether we acknowledge it or not, is sometimes quite telling about the aspirations that we hold about ourselves, where we want to be in future. So this index that we're going to talk about is talking about the desire amongst a number of content classifiers on the African continent to bring about a framework for content classification that opens up the space, that opens up all the opportunities that people were talking about yesterday that are trapped within the changes that we see in the media creation, consumption and distribution patterns that are facilitated by these changes in ICTs that are quite critical as factors for encouraging growth, for stimulating growth, but also for amplifying those voices that were generally muted. So the excitement around local content that you see is quite universal. It's not a surprise. People do like to see something that look like themselves on the stage. So with developments in ICTs, we see people being able to create content without having to incur insurmountable costs or going through a lot of hoops for them to be able to create content, for them to showcase their story. And that is embraced universally. So the question is then, how do you create a content regulation framework that actually allows for that growth to explode? So what we've been doing is we've been trying to understand how content regulation in African countries is evolving, which is something that is quite interesting and that is actually happening. So what are some of the trends? We see that there's a concern when you read the media regulatory frameworks from countries. Unfortunately, I cannot see. The lights are right straight into my eyes. So we see some emerging trends when you look at how content is regulated or the concerns that regulators have. So there was a refrain yesterday that even though we are talking about a harmonized content regulatory framework, we must always be careful or considerate of the fact that we are different, we are in different contexts, our values are not necessarily the same. So what is permissible in country A might not be permissible in another country. We have different religious beliefs. So there's a whole lot of things that distinguish us from each other. But what we are finding when we are talking to different content regulatory institutions across the continent, we are finding that in spite of those differences, which must be respected and must inform how we proceed, but despite all that, there are certain things that we hold in common. For example, the commitment to democratic societies. We need to be able to unpack what it means when we say we are committed to a democracy. The rule of the people, by the people, for the people. How do you do that in practical terms, in how you do different things to exercise governance? So that's one of the things that we know that we do share in common. We are also, as disparate countries, we are members of certain groupings, the maybe most critical one being the African Union. We are also signatories to a range of important institutions and instruments and conventions that seek to express that commitment to human rights, that also are a sort of like a first step towards domesticating at the national level those laws that serve to protect these rights. Okay, so one of those rights, of course, that's relevant to our work is the right to the freedom of expression. So we do have that in common. Other issues that we share in common are things like the right to protect vulnerable people, and also the right to protect those sectors within our society that have historically been on the receiving end of unfair societal practices. For example, the rights of women, the rights of children, the rights of people with disabilities. What we are also finding is that there are expressed, the regulatory authorities on media regulation are also concerned about what we call social cohesion. So they discourage the creation of content or the distribution or broadcasting of content that tend to create or propagate division along the basis of ethnicity, that also propagate prejudice against people who belong to certain religions or people who observe a certain lifestyle. For example, in the South African context, when we were talking yesterday, one of the things that came out was the rights of people in the LGBTI plus community. So these are things that we embrace broadly beyond just national boundaries. So yes, we have areas where there are quite distinctions between who we are and who we are not from country to country, but we also have things that we hold in common. One of the key ones are also relevant to this discussion is the issue of protecting children from being used in the creation of child sex abuse material, but also exposing children to that type of material and distributing that material to children. One of the things that we must also remember when we talk about these things, about agency, who does what, who is the victim, who is the perpetrator. We also have to consider that sometimes children, although they are usually who we want to protect against largely adult predation, adult abuse, sometimes children amongst themselves perpetrate certain wrongs against each other or perpetrate crimes, sometimes unwittingly. And it's our responsibility to ensure that where that happens, we take measures to ensure that it doesn't happen, to ensure that sanctions are applied so that we continue with our work of protecting the vulnerable amongst us. So one of the areas where this thing is happening, for example, is the incidence of cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is one of the widespread developments that have happened alongside with developments in these ICTs, where a lot of time is spent by young people online. And whereas previously we talk about bullying, and it still happens, it happened in a physical space. Now there's a huge part of a child's life that also has the potential for being target of cyberbullying. And that has real impact at the psychological level and long-term effects on the victims. But it also becomes a place without regulation. It becomes a place where certain voices, usually voices from the established, powerful groups, continue to be given prime time, so that views and attitudes expressed in that way can come across as though they are the truth because of how widespread and commonplace they are. So there's also that desire to do something about the perpetuation of cyberbullying amongst young people. So those are some of the things that broadly we agree across the continent need to be considered when we put together this exciting project of content regulation harmonization on the continent. So why did we develop this index of content classification on the African continent? We had observed that, and we had several steering committee meetings as the African Content Harmonization grouping, starting several years ago, and having met in Nigeria 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. We've agreed that this is work that needs we're starting to build the blocks. And in doing that, we are also finding that in South Africa, when I was presenting the convergence survey yesterday, I showed you the ratings or the symbols that we use for advising the consumer what they could expect in that content, like if something is suitable for all ages, if it's for 16-year-olds, and because of maybe sexual content, or because there's strong language or prejudice in the content. We do have symbols because we feel that those are important things in our context to flag. Okay, in South Africa, and Lerato did say yesterday that although pornography, we have the right to freedom of expression is in the Constitution, it's guaranteed. It is not an absolute right, okay? It has its limitations, and that's an expression of the concerns that we have about the expression of ideas, even when those ideas are meant purely to cause harm and injury. And do not, we are not a thought police as content regulators. We don't tell people what they can or cannot say, but when they say things with certain intentions or that have a certain impact on their target audience, we are enjoined by the Constitution, the very same Constitution, to limit that freedom of expression when it's there to cause harm. So that's one of the key areas that we agree on, that there is this balance that our acting CEO has been talking about yesterday between safeguarding the right to the freedom of expression on the one hand and protecting children on the other hand. So that right to the freedom of expression does not give the creators of child sex abuse material a license to continue to do so, even though we are aware that it is actually causing a great deal of damage. So what would be the foundation of a thank you. What would be the foundation of a content classification index? I don't think many people will disagree with the fact that the past 40 years are sort of big milestones in the history of the anti-colonial movement on the continent, where in the late 80s and early 90s, we started seeing a strong wave that followed the wave for independence of the 1960s. We saw a new, quite strong wave of communities refusing to be under the thumb of authoritarian control. And as I said, people who were leading that movement are today in government. So how do we ensure that we consolidate those gains that had started being won that early on in content regulation, in the frameworks of how we regulate content? So our key foundation there is democratic principles. And what does that mean? So what are the pillars on which content regulation should stand? We feel strongly that that has to be those features of democracy. So that's accountability, for example. How do you ensure that as a content regulatory authority, you do your work in such a way that it is informed by a range of stakeholders that are impacted by that regulation or framework? When we talk about that, we talk, remember we are mandated by an Act of Parliament as the Film and Publication Board, and many of our counterparts on the continent are also, they are spawned out of Acts of Parliament in their respective countries. So they are, of course, accountable to Parliament. And what is Parliament if not, at least ideally, a platform for the expression of the common will out there? So accountability means being always alive to the fact that you have the responsibility to communicate what you are pondering to do. Of course, we have to make decisions as a regulatory authority. We have all the time, we are paid to sit down and think about these things. Therefore, it is not surprising that we will want to do things, right? Put things out there. We want to put things out there. But in doing so, we have the responsibility to touch base with the people who will be affected by those things that we want to put up. So that's the idea of accountability. To say we have the responsibility at all times to show that what we are thinking, we are not doing. Again, it's an antithesis of this paternalistic relationship that historically governments have with citizens. We don't present in a bag regulations for you to consume for your own good. We think about them, we engage the people who will be impacted by them, and then we do public consultations to get a sense of how the general public feels about these things before we put them up as things that we call what the public or the different stakeholders have to adhere by. Do you want to flat the, you don't have it, okay. When we are talking about what we share in common as African content regulators, we've been talking, as I was saying, and also making visits before we were interrupted quite rudely and harshly by the COVID lockdown. We've been traveling, talking to our counterparts on the continent. As I said, we've set up some forums such as this one before, where we engage with each other about how we are all doing this content regulation. And one of the things that I would like maybe to share when it comes to the commonalities, that is in terms of those what we call classifiable elements. So those are the elements that I was talking about, whether it's sexual content, whether it's prejudice in the content, violence, and so on. And then those contents, their severity or the level to which they are repeated in any film or video game informs people who are responsible for classification to decide how will this be rated. Is this suitable? This level of violence that I'm seeing here, is it suitable for the viewership of a child under this particular age? So we have, on the continent, we have spoken to quite a number of countries and visited some, including countries such as Malawi, who are here with us, and some are joining us virtually. We have spoken to people in Namibia, in Kenya. They are part of our steering committee. In Nigeria, I was talking about our last meeting there. And we find that in terms of these classifiable elements and the age ratings, we have quite a lot in common, to such an extent that at our meeting in Lagos a couple of years ago, this picture of commonalities, it excited an idea that perhaps we have low-hanging fruit in terms of some of the classifiable elements that we all hold in common, that we can start saying, for content that has these elements with this level of frequency or intensity, if enough of us agree that this is more or less how we feel these films should be rated, then they were quite keen to actually start the process of lobbying for those to be put up as the way forward in terms of how to rate those specific age groupings and the actual classification element. So you've seen some of what we have in our convergence survey yesterday. I'm going to just go through some of what is out there on the continent, some of which will be familiar to you, those who are here in South Africa, some of which will be familiar to our colleagues who are here and those who are joining us virtually, who are familiar with the content regulatory systems in their respective countries. So the one age rating that we are all in agreement of is that there are certain films or games that can be consumed by everyone. In South Africa, the symbol we use for that is just an A, which means all ages. What we see in Malawi, in Nigeria as well, they have a double A, meaning for all audiences. Okay? In Malawi in Nigeria, they also have a PG age rating, which means parental guidance is advised. So those ratings are generally for content that in all these different countries, it is felt that they are they can be watched by children, sometimes with a parent, sometimes without. So that's what is generally agreed. And then in Malawi, they also have another symbol, which is a U, again for universal audiences, which means no restrictions whatsoever. There are two areas where South Africa has additional age ratings that is not present in other jurisdictions on the continent, and that is the age rating 7 to 9 and 10 to 12 PG. For content that is deemed suitable for 10-year-olds, South Africa has that, and Namibia also does. But for the rest of the countries that we've spoken to so far, other than A for all ages, or AA, or G for general viewership, or U for universal viewership, which means no restriction. The next age category that they have is the age of 13, which is in Namibia, also here in South Africa, and also in Namibia they have the age 16, as they do in Kenya. So generally what you see is that there's this consideration that there are certain things that are in content that regulators deem suitable for all ages, and then there's a gap in some of the countries in terms of, up to what age can a child start viewing something rated above that particular universal age. And in Namibia also they have, and Kenya, they also have the 16-year age rating. After that, we have in Nigeria 12 and 12A, which means 12 and above. And the one that means 12 and above, the expectation is that if they think a 12-year-old and someone above can watch, it means it's a kind of content that requires adult supervision if the child is 12 years and not above that age. Okay? And then in Namibia, they also have a rating for 14-year-olds. So straight from universal viewership, it goes to AA, which is suitable for 14-year-olds. And then it goes also, the next category is 16-year-olds. And then in Kenya, they also have a 16-year-old, in South Africa, where we have a 16-year-old restriction for certain content. So after that is the 18-year-old, which means only adult viewers are allowed to watch this content. An interesting thing or distinction in the South African context, and I would like to hear from our colleagues from other regulatory bodies. In South Africa, we also have a rating for content. We do not ban outright content where there is sexual, which has explicit sex in it, or pornography. But we regulate it quite strictly, where it can be seen, who can distribute, and also what that distributor is expected to observe in terms of ensuring that access to that content is not leaked to anyone under the age of 18. So we have quite strict rules, and we also have what we call compliance monitors who go around to ensure that these premises, they abide by these guidelines. Okay? But we do not ban outright content with explicit sex. We also have a, a category that is uniquely South African, which talks to the kind of content, again, sexually explicit, but with certain elements that are deemed to be quite disturbing, like when there's bestiality involved, for example. So that type of content, it cannot be exhibited in any public exhibition space. Okay, it's the only South Africa is the only jurisdiction where we have that type of concession. Okay. Otherwise, we do have generally like an idea of what it is that we consider suitable or what we consider not so suitable for children or under certain ages, and what content is. I would like to talk a little bit about the South African classification guidelines. So we would like to find out what informs the different guidelines in the regulatory authorities that we are working with. But let me talk a little bit about ours. So we have teams of people who are trained when they are appointed that have the duty of viewing content and having a discussion and then coming up with a rating that they all agree with. We call them classifiers. For them to deliberate and come to a decision about a rating, they make use of what we call classifiable guidelines. So what are these guidelines? These guidelines, they really they don't tell what classifiers must or mustn't classify, but they guide them as to how they go about when they do that. So they'll talk about, and they're based on empirical research that has been done mainly in a lot of jurisdictions outside of South Africa. There's a dearth or a shortage of research, empirical research in South Africa and broadly on the continent around the long, especially long-term impact of media consumption. We do have, pieces of research here and there that we do ourselves, that we have also done with our partners at UNISA, that talk about the impact of content on children. But we base these guidelines on a whole lot of research about child development. We also look at other things that we consider to be important that we discussed earlier, considerations that we have around things such as social cohesion, for example, our worries about the use of media to propagate hate against people of a certain group, or the unchecked propagation of certain stereotypes in the media, whether that is film or television or in video games, or that is perpetuated or shared online. So we do have those concerns as content regulators, and those are some of the things that inform our take on the ratings that we apply on content. But again, we lean not towards censorship, but towards flagging. So making the viewer aware that there is content that, says certain things about a group of people. So if anyone who creates content, we do have filmmakers here. Somebody yesterday talked about the freedom of expression not being a license to just say what you want. Sometimes creators, they actually want to say things for the sake of provoking debate, and that is something that is good. And conflict in any society or in any relationship is a very necessary element, but because it helps us to develop. Without any conflict in any society, someone is lying to everyone or everyone is lying to themselves. You need to have that tension where people disagree, and sometimes people deliberately provoke reaction. But the intention of the creator plays an important role in terms of what were they after when they're doing that. So as the Film and Publication Board, what we do, we place an advisory that will show that this content or this film contains this type of content, okay? And sometimes if that gets us in conflict with content creators, which does happen from time to time, we do have forums or a platform for either the content producer or a member of the public to raise their objection to say, you know, this film was rated 16, but the amount of sex that I saw there, I believe that it should be rated higher, okay? We might not agree with them. Sometimes we might want, we do give them a genuine consideration, those consents. Sometimes if, for example, we feel that there is nothing unconstitutional, especially, about that content, we lean on the side of the Constitution, okay? So it's about, you know, which values and principles is the regulatory framework planted on? What is the foundation of how we do our regulatory work? So that's in short what we mean by a kind of regulatory framework that is based on democracy, but that is also characterized by the impetus to go out and consult with the public about decisions that we make. The other one is transparency. You know, to what extent are people who are affected by the laws that you are making, to what extent are they aware of what you are doing? Do they know what you are doing? Are decisions made in the dark, or are they made, you know, can anyone walk out of the street and say, I would like to find out how you came to this decision? Those are some of the things that we feel are important features for a content regulatory framework of the future. We are aware, for example, that in some of our partner countries, I know in Malawi, in the late 1990s, and in 2008, there was something that happened there in terms of a civil society movement that are pushing for the updating of the regulatory system from what it is now, because it is based on an old legislation. I think it's as old as 1912. And some of the counterparts that we are talking with, they have regulatory frameworks that date back to 1960, but there's this push to update them so that they are in line not only with the developments that are happening technologically, but also society-wise, in terms of this thirst for democracy, this demand for accountability and transparency. So that is also a key feature that we are interested in finding out more about. And we feel that those are some of the things that will actually help us a great deal as we work towards putting together this common media regulatory framework. And with all of that, we still want to say we have to acknowledge that we are very different, and these are the ideas that we are canvassing with our counterparts, with our colleagues. We are not trying to create a model for everyone to fit themselves into, but we think that there are enough common grounds for us to start building something that is value-based, and those values being those of democracy, accountability. Yeah, thank you.
you.
If I can ask if there are any questions from people in the audience, can you send them in? Can you also have roving mics so that we can have people who are in the venue asking questions as well? And while we're waiting for those questions to come in, perhaps I'd like to pick up on what you've spoken about now when it comes to the issue of commonalities and knowing that there's differences, but there's certain fundamentals that across the continent you can find common ground on. What happens when there aren't? There are certain issues that we know for sure in Kenya are going to be handled very differently than they are in South Africa. And one country cannot be seen to act as though they have a moral high ground and can dictate to their other country what to do. But when you need to harmonize content regulation, what happens when there's that block?
I think that's a very critical question. Look, as we say, we've been having these conversations with our counterparts. We are part of that steering committee. So I'm not speaking as the spokesperson of the steering committee or even the FPB as a content regulator here was asked to chair the interim steering committee. The idea is that all the decisions that we make are a result of these very candid conversations that we have about what is important to us. It's also about objective observation of what we are finding out there. So we do find that there is that leaning towards democratic ways of content regulation. There's definitely strong demand on the ground for people who say that if you're going to regulate content that we make, you have to bring us on board in how you go about doing that. There are differences that will emerge from time to time, we do agree. But we feel that there are enough sort of common grounds that we need to cherish and build on. We will not agree on everything, that's very clear. But I think if you look at the instruments, the regional instruments and conventions that we are signatory to as different countries, that commitment is already there in paper. So there is at least that commitment that we need to do these things. We need to protect the rights of people who are vulnerable within our communities. We need to protect children. So no one can argue that in our society we would not like to prevent children from being exposed or used in the creation of child sex abuse material, for example. A lot of countries on the continent, they have written in their own regulatory framework concerns about content being used to propagate hatred along, the historical fault lines, whether it's ethnicity or religion and so on. So there are those commonalities already that are informing our way forward in terms of what is it that we can do together. It will not be a seamless process. We'll definitely hit a lot of bumps, and yes, our attitude, and we like to express this quite often, that even though we've been asked to chair the steering committee, our word is not, we are not rather preaching on and I started my talk about the paternalistic tendency for people to think that they are gifting everyone else with something. Our attitude is that we are part of a collective of decision making. If we agree on certain things, we agree. If we don't, we don't. If you look at some of from 1960, there's been talk about a United States of Africa. It's a long journey. If you look at how the European Union was started, which is threatening to crumble now, or maybe it's experiencing a major speed hump. But it's a toil that goes on for decades and decades, and that requires that stamina and will to succeed, because at least we agree that there are certain things that we hold in common that are very important to all of us, that we use as a way, as a fuel for us to proceed.
Okay. There was a question from the floor. I'm just checking that the roving mic is there and you're able to ask a question.
Thank you. I'm Laurie. I'm the Shared Services Executive at the Film and Publication Board. So we work together, and I'm assisting with what is going to be quite a groundbreaking piece of research that Opa alluded to, which is the CCI, or, for lack of a better word, if you looked at the Mo
Okay,
Ibrahim...
I think they are sorting it. Let's get back.
It seems as though we are disconnected.
That wasn't me.
The convergence of online and
Okay.
in person.
All right. So the CCI, or what we call the Content Classification Index, is groundbreaking. And it seeks to emulate what the Mo Ibrahim Index does for measuring the extent to which countries measure on a kind of a scale in terms of democracy and governance. So what is it that will incentivize countries on the continent to ascribe to such an index? What are the incentives, Opa? And also, what are some of the key pillars that you can already outline in terms of a model or a prototype? What would the pillars be? So if you look at the Mo Ibrahim Index, we know for sure there's governance, etc., etc. What do they look for? So what is that CCI going to do, and what are the incentives for countries?
I think, thanks for that question, Laurie. Again, going back to yesterday's conversation about the potential that the entertainment industry has, and film, and also about the developments that allows for everyone to create content, and how that amplifies or put on the spotlight those corners in our society that used to live in the shade of the bigger, guys like Hollywood, for example. We see a great clamoring for the creation and the consumption of content from outside of the mainstream. So that tells us that there's a huge potential there in terms of the market for a whole range of entertainment products. If you take, for example, Tanzania, it has a its film industry is at the very early stages of development, but they see vast potential. What they are doing there, they just like Kenya to a great extent, they are using their physical environment, like your safari landscapes, to attract filmmakers from overseas, big like Hollywood and others, to generate revenue to stimulate the local film industry. But also, Kiswahili as a language group on the East African eastern part of the African continent is spoken by 100 million people. So Tanzania is trying to develop content to exploit that potential. So when we talk about the potential for entertainment, for the entertainment industry on the continent, it's massive. If you have a very clear, predictable, transparent, easy to understand regulatory framework, it makes it easy for anyone who wants to participate in that space. It happens with a whole range of other industrial sectors. So we feel that it's very critical to have this. There's also, in Europe, they have this gaming regulatory authority, which is sort of like cuts across different countries, which again is an expression of the general values that the different European countries have about, the rights of children, protecting them, but also talks to other issues like the freedom of speech. So in South Africa, if you look at the USA, where the freedom of speech is absolute, it's a right that is not limited. You see a lot of perpetuation of certain stereotypes about certain groupings. That happens quite a lot, and we've seen with the example of that orange president, that people who have a great deal of authority, they use those platforms to continually say certain things about certain groupings, which over time it can have an impact on how the general society view those targeted individuals. The Europeans are quite sensitive to that, especially in Germany, and that probably has to do with the history of the Holocaust, where they are jumpy about the extent to which words can be used about certain groups of people. So in the South African continent, in the discussions around freedom of expression and media freedom, a lot of people, they tend to be influenced by the ideas of the Americans in terms of the freedom of speech, which we feel that they could explore a much bigger and richer places for ideas about these things. So that's it. I think it's important to develop a kind of framework that is clear, that sets the guidelines for everyone to have a sense of what is happening, and it's easy for them when they enter into that space to know what to expect,
If you are joining us from Zoom, we are encouraging you to send in your questions now so that we can pose them. We're going to go in a comfort break in about 4 minutes, but I'd like to hear from our online community who's watching any questions they may have about the discussion we've been having and the presentation that we've seen. I can see that those hands up. If someone can please bring her okay, there we go.
I just wanted to make a comment on the incentives that Laurie was talking about. What kind of incentives can these African countries get from the Content Classification Index? And I was just thinking that it's very rare, especially here in South Africa, that we celebrate African films where they are broadcast and marketed in theater productions. You'll get films like Coming to America 2, for example, and Black Panther. We celebrate that, and it's an American, it's a Hollywood kind of film, but as Africans, we're so excited to celebrate with them, but it's not actually our content. It's very rare that we see stories from Africa at Stay Keniko, New Metro, distributed in that kind of level. You always have to tune into, a media broadcast like Multi-Choice, for example, to see African stories, and they're not celebrated at that level. So I think this Content Classification Index would allow African stories to be told, knowing that they will have some sort of market in South Africa where we can celebrate those kinds of films and celebrate Africa as a continent and our stories. So I think that's my comment, and I think that would be an incentive for the countries to actually belong here, belong to the Content Classification Index, and to be able to tell our stories, knowing that there's a market in South Africa for that.
Thank you very much. There are 2 more questions, and we have 2 minutes. So please may I ask that the questions or comments be as brief as possible.
My question is based on the homophobia that is happening around Africa. So
based around?
The homophobia.
Homophobia.
Yes. What do we foresee being the barometer across Africa to measure homophobia on the index, because we don't agree totally?
Can you please repeat your question with the mic a bit closer?
Okay, what do we foresee being the barometer across Africa to measure homophobia on this index? Because we don't agree as African countries.
You hear the question? Yeah, you can answer the question, then we take your question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, firstly with the previous comment, I agree. The Mo Ibrahim Index incentivizes people with actual financial things, okay? But there are also other incentives like state prestige, for example. And also, I say, people when they want to bring business anywhere, they tend to want to have a scan of the lay of the land, as it were. And that informs the speed at which they'll be able to execute and complete their projects, and whether things are predictable in that context. So that's an incentive. So the decision to make a film about Kenya on a different country in Africa can be about whether there's stability or no stability in that particular country at that time. So it's also about the environment that you create for anyone who wants to do that. So it is an incentive that's implicit in having that kind of framework. That's a very important question that you're asking about homophobia, right? Again, going back to that idea of the paternalism of that sometimes is inherited from the previous authorities, the colonial authorities. There can be a tendency or a temptation for leaders to assume that they are sort of like religious leaders, or they can say things and it must be so because they say it. But we see the movement that is emerging from the ground by civil society, by academics, by filmmakers. And if we say that our approach to content regulation is founded on democratic values, we have to give voice to people that are impacted by the laws that are made in that given country. So those are things that are part of the conversation. And it's up to the communities in the specific countries to express how they want those values to be actually realized, so that they are not just values that are in paper. They are not just, remember some of these conventions and instruments that I was referring to, they also talk about the rights for people who identify as homosexual, for example. And those countries are signatories to that. So I think at the end of the day, it's up to, it's not for someone outside of that jurisdiction or that country to tell that country what they can or cannot do, but it's up to people on the ground to develop their own voice and demand what they feel is fair in their context. That's how I'd respond.
If I can ask you to please pose your question briefly, as we are now running into the comfort break time.
Thank you. I am Elvis Vesa from the Independent Broadcasting Authority Zambia. Elvis Vesa from the Independent Broadcasting Authority Zambia. Yeah, so my question is basically on the matrix and the content classification index project. So is there an extensive framework or roadmap towards the implementation of the same, and if so, how holistic is it?
Is there a roadmap towards the implementation of?
The matrix and the content classification index.
Okay.
Actually, thanks for that question. The process of putting together the matrix has already been underway for some time now. And how it is done as we touch base with the different countries. We're looking for information. We get in touch with different media content regulators on the continent. We do desktop research to find out how different countries are doing. And as I was saying, we also make physical visits to different countries to sort of immerse ourselves in that context to get a good sense of the media regulatory framework as expressed by the regulators, but also as experienced by the people that it impacts. So it's an ongoing process, and we welcome as you can see, the process of inviting delegates to this particular session, it's premised on that we want to bring on board our colleagues in the region so that we get into dialogue, but also we learn how people are regulating content, and we populate and update that metrics as and when we get that information.
I'm going to have to ask that we stop there. We're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. My deep apologies for cutting in. I want to make sure that we don't run a little bit late. Perhaps we can ask for an informal Q&A off this. Thank you so much for your time and for the presentation. Please may we be back in the hall at 11 o'clock to begin our presentations from Kenya, Nigeria and the like. Thank you. Today we'll be focusing on the formulation of a framework for content regulation in Africa. We've got speakers from across our continent discussing the various models that they use in the country. We're going to begin with the Kenyan model by Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, who is the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board. Dr. Mutua, a very good morning and over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. You've been a fantastic master of ceremonies since yesterday. Very good voice, very excellent, and you've coordinated us very well. I think we should appreciate you and applaud for the good work you've done.
Thank you very much.
That saying, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me appreciate my colleagues from the Kenya Film Classification Board, who are at the headquarters in Nairobi, in our boardroom. And I'll be having my colleague, Emma Irungu, sharing the presentation with me after I make the opening remarks. So I will request kindly that host may unmute Emma Irungu. Good morning, Boju Jambo, and thank you so much for inviting us to be part of this great conversation on content regulation, harmonization. Like I said yesterday, Kenya takes pride being amongst the leading frontiers of democracy in this continent. And we also have a robust film industry, we have a robust democratic space, and we pride ourselves and compare ourselves with you, South Africa, in terms of our constitutional imperatives that have opened up the democratic space to provide for democracy, free expression. I hope I'm clear, Madam MC, you seem to be struggling with me.
You're very clear, we can hear you.
All right. So the floor is mine, or did I hijack?
The floor is absolutely yours.
Thank you very much. So just to set a context, and then I will invite my colleague Emma Irungu from the Compliance Division to help us with, to give the Kenyan regulatory model. But like I was saying, we begin from the point of view that we appreciate that without a free and democratic media, free and independent media, we could not achieve the democratic space that we have in Kenya and most other parts of Africa. Freedom of expression is a cornerstone of democracy. And without a free and independent media, including filmmakers, we cannot enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy in the other sectors of life. Film is a critical engine of change, and as such, it must be used in the context of promoting the welfare of the people. I want to just comment a little bit on what Martin, the previous presenter from South Africa, presented. And I want to bring in the question of the nexus between democracy, the rule of law, and the free speech in the context of film and content harmonization. I want to encourage that we focus on the issues that bring us together as we embark on this process of trying to achieve a model that brings us closer to speaking with one voice and appreciating content regulation from a common that will go for the things that unite us as Africa. Because film regulation does not exist in isolation or in a vacuum. We are part and parcel of the big mosaic of democratization, the rule of law, and the structures of governance in our own countries. And therefore, like Martin said, there won't be areas of commonality, there won't be things that are permissible in South Africa that are not permissible here in Kenya, and so on and so forth across the continent. And what is critical is the appreciation that we have commonalities and that we find common ground in our being Africans, our Africanness, because that means something. Because Europeans are Europeans, Americans are Americans, and the other races and other people across the world appreciate their very unique cultures. Because the world becomes so ever more so interesting and nice, and life becomes exciting when we appreciate our diversity, our unity in diversity, that we are different but we are one. So what are they? What are these fundamental Africanness and commonness that we must appreciate, both in film, development, and regulation? For me, like I said, it is about our shared cultures that should be reflected in telling the stories of Africa And within those stories, I believe across this continent, and like it is with all humanity, we all appreciate the right to life. Anybody who is in their sane mind, they would appreciate that any content that advocates or promotes the right to life and the right for people to be free and to express themselves, but more so to have a sense of self-dignity and to speak about themselves as equal human beings, because we are all created by God equal in his sight. More importantly, we all appreciate the place of family. We were all born. The reason we are here is because we were born. We came from somewhere, and we appreciate the role and place of family in our existence. Then there are those issues that are unique to one country and they are different in another country, and we must, as we approach them, appreciate them in the context of our governance structures. But more important, all of us would like to see film taking a professional view and place where it also becomes business. I always say there is no profession that I know anywhere in the world that does not have a code of regulation. So we begin from the point of view that we exist better when we pursue not just democracy, because that's a fluid term for me. Rule of law is what for me matters. What are the rules in your country? And how do we use the ecosystem within the continent of Africa to better each other, to inform our situation, and to ensure that we can all do business across, so that as we enter into this phase of enhancing our approach to content regulation and harmonization, what we value is our unique cultures, but we also value unity in diversity. But more importantly, that we must commit that the place of the family, children, and their protection for protection of vulnerable groups is a critical thing that we want to pursue. Having said that, allow me to indicate how excited we are as KFCB to join you at this forum. We wish we could have been in South Africa physically, and you know how much we love South Africa. Everyone at the boardroom, I think, has been to South Africa for one reason or another during my time as the CEO to enhance our collaboration with FPB and our colleagues in South Africa. We wish we could be there, but because of COVID-19, we chose to do this using the virtual meeting, and we hope it will be as interesting as it would have been. But we look forward to the time when Corona will be over, we'll be able to meet and enhance this collaboration. Allow me, having said those many words at the opening, to invite my colleague Emma Irungu. If she wants, she can introduce our colleagues at the boardroom. But Emma, it is your time, 15 minutes, and then we can take our Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the CEO, for that introduction. And thank you very much, the organizers of this conference. We are honored as KFCB to be participating, and I'm honored as a person to be presenting the Kenyan model, which will indicate the Kenyan model through what the Kenya Film Classification Board does. That is about our mandate, our functions, and other activities that we do in execution of our mandate. So I'm going to present the PowerPoint. Kindly, if it's if the host could bring it on board. All right, that is our logo as Kenya Film Classification Board, and those are classification labels. I'm sure, given that all of us are content regulators in different jurisdictions, we are familiar with the ratings and the classification labels. The Kenya Film Classification Board, that is our vision, mission, and aim. I want to say that our vision is to be a world-class film and broadcast content regulator. In this, what our vision is that after we have classified the content in Kenya, that content can be is acceptable in any part of this world. That is why our vision is to be a world-class film and broadcast content regulator. We have that vision. Our mission is to safeguard the national values and norms through efficient and effective film regulatory services. What we are saying is just what the CEO has just said, the unity in diversity, because our national values as Kenyans, we have our norms as Kenyans. Actually, our national values are enshrined in our constitution at Article 34. And we're saying that even when we make content, that content should show the uniqueness of Kenya, should show that our originality as a people, as much as it's going to fit in the global village. Our aim in doing this is promoting the Kenyan culture, national values and aspirations. Our Kenyan culture is also enshrined in Article 11 of our Constitution, and we do recognize that culture gives us an identity. And when we deal with film and content, they mirror our culture and they also influence our culture. And that is why we have to do the regulation of the content so that we as a people, we have our identity and our culture is not adulterated. Thank you. Next slide, please. Our mandate, I want to say that Kenya Film Classification Board is a state corporation which is established through an act of parliament, and that is the Films and Stage Plays Act. We are currently the Ministry of Information and Technology, Innovations and Youth Affairs. And the mandate we are given by this Act of Parliament is to regulate the film in the different levels. That is creation, broadcasting, possession of the same, distribution and exhibition of these films in the country. And the spirit of this is protection of children from exposure from content or potentially harmful media content, because as adults can make the decisions of what they want to consume and what they would want to watch, but for children is the government's responsibility to protect them. Actually, this is also taken care of in the Constitution and the Children's Act. The mandate of Kenya Film Classification Board is further expanded through the Kenya Information and Communications Act, which follows what we call the watershed period, and in Kenya is 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. This is a time when content which is good for family viewing, that is when it's shown, and no other content is supposed to be shown on our TVs. That is the conventional TVs we are talking about. And how this is connected with the classification of content and the rating is that the content that is rated as for adult then is not supposed to be shown during this time. Next. Coming from that mandate, the functions that mandate gives Kenya Film Classification Board include to regulate the creation, broadcasting, as I've said, distribution and exhibition of content. And how we do that is, one, by examining films, TV and radio programs, non-program matter, that include the infomercials and commercials that run on TV stations. Posters for these are the posters that do advertise the films, like the trailers and all that. So we do classify all that content. Then after we do the classification, there is determination of age suitability by assigning that content a rating. Is it GE? Is it PG? Is it 16 and is it 18? I'm saying that because I know we are coming from that background. We'll understand that, but I will be taking us through that. Then the other function is to give consumer advice with due protection to children and to exposure to harmful content. As I've said, children for us is a vulnerable that needs to be protected, and so we give consumer advice not only to the children but even to the caregivers. That's the parents, the teachers, and everyone else who is taking care of the children, so that when they are consuming this content, maybe in the company of the children and even for themselves, that they consume content that is appropriate. Because as I've said, we know film has influence because the content is created with an agenda, and we need to take care of that. So we give advice on what is the content of the films or the TV programs that we are talking about. Then the other very key function that we do as Kenya Film Classification Board is registering and licensing film agents. That is, we register them so that they take care of the local and international filmmakers. We also register distributors of content and exhibitors of content. I'll be going through that. And then the last one is the prescribing and developing regulations and guidelines for the film and broadcast content regulation in the country. Like we develop the film classification guidelines, and that are in the law. So it's the work of the Kenya Film Classification Board. Of course, we do include the public participation, but that is the one of our core functions. I would want to skip one slide on other functions. We have quite a number of functions, but let me stick with those key ones. I'll jump that slide, and I go to the role as it comes to creation of content. As far as creation of content, that level of our mandate is concerned, as I've indicated, we do film agent registration. We take care of all the agencies in Kenya because these are the ones who even take care of film producers who are even coming from outside the country. Of course, there are credentials that we check when we are registering them, so that by the time they are taking care of even other film producers, including those who are coming out of the country, we are sure that they are also our brand ambassadors for the country, because these are the guys who will do the logistics for the film producers, be it hospitality, be it the shooting locations, they scout the shooting locations for them and all that. Next, we issue the filming licenses, as I've said. When you're issuing the filming licenses, there is what we check, the synopsis, the script, the shooting schedules and all that, so that we don't have illegal shooting happening in the country, which can also endanger our security, or it could even endanger the crew or the casts involved. Next, we do issue the letters for special passes. This in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that those who are coming to the country to do the work of or to do film trade, they are well taken care of. Of course, we also do field inspections in this to ensure that we don't have illegal shooting taking place, and those who have licenses, they are shooting according to the conditions of the license. And of course, we also do stakeholder engagement in regard to the creation of content. Next. Other broadcasting, as I've said, that we are empowered by the Kenya Information and Communications Act. We do check what is going on the broadcasting. It's not only on the conventional TVs, but also on the online streaming services, because by the definition of broadcasting in the Act, anyone who is drawing content to mass, then that is broadcasting. And so even the online content distributors or broadcasters, like the musicians who are YouTubers and have channels where they have so many subscribers, they fit in that. So we also check on that to ensure that the TVs or the YouTubers and all that, they are broadcasting content according to the classification rating that content was given. And of course, we do monitor, because in any society we'll have people who violate the law. I guess that is all. I think that's why we have even the prisons. And so we go out, we have gadgets and the system, an online system that enable us to monitor what is happening online and what is happening on the TVs. We have a 24-hour monitoring system that will enable us to see, or even to rewind, to check what happened throughout the hours that we have talked about the watershed. And then after that, that enables us to take action on the violators, or to enable us or informs our sensitization programs, because what we are seeing or what we are monitoring, then we get informed on what issues or what gaps we need to address when we do the sensitization sessions. Next, please. On the film classification, as I said, we have an online licensing system. So anybody who wants to have their content exhibited or broadcasted in Kenya, they submit their content for classification on the online platform. Of course, we have also walk-ins. We also cater for that. But on the online, you submit your work, and then we have a system which is automated. The content is classified, and then the client download from their end or from the portal the certificate of approval, indicating what rating their content was given, and the timings where that content can be shown. Of course, about age appropriateness is for the viewership and also for the listeners. That is for the radio stations. We work with them to, even those who are going on live, to on the issues of being sensitive when they are live, so that they are also guided by the classification, the content classification guidelines that we have. Living consumer, I think I had already touched on that, so we could go to the next slide. I wanted to touch on the thematic areas that guide us when we are doing the classification of the content, that is for the film and broadcast content. And we have 6 thematic areas, that is sex, obscenity, and nudity. And they are also, of course, the classifiable elements under each thematic area that we look for. Like in sex, obscenity, and nudity, we check on issues of pervert acts, like what our law doesn't allow, or what the Sexual Offences Act in Kenya doesn't allow, like use of women as sex objects in films, or explicit sex, or homosexuality, and all that. And when nudity, nude films or nude photos of people appearing on films, that could be extreme for us. Of course, we are guided by frequency of how much of each classifiable element we are seeing in that particular thematic area. Then number 2, we have crime, violence, and immutable behavior. We have occult and horror, drugs, alcohol, and other related harmful substances, religion and community, and propaganda for war, hate speech, and incitement. This is very critical for us, for Kenya, because we had an incident. I'm sure all of us could be knowing when we had our elections in 2007, 2008. So this is very key for us. Actually, next year it's an election year, so we are out looking, being very careful that we don't have films that would incite people to war or to hate speech or incitement. Next, please. After we do the classification, as I've said, we look at the frequency and the intensity of those classifiable elements. Then we are able to, or the system is able to pick that content is supposed to be GE, that is content which is suitable for viewers. Parental guidance, that takes care of those who are under 10 years. They need to have guardians to guide them in the content that they are watching. We have 16, that is usually for the teenagers, and 18, that is for the adults. Beyond that, if anything is extreme, then it's restricted, or the producers are advised if they could delete some content so that content can fit in the 4 classification categories that I've talked about. Next, please. Those are our classification labels. So in every content or in every program that we have classified and given a rating, this is what will be appearing. It could be G, 16, PG, or 18. The colors and even the shapes, that is what is in our law. Thank you. Next. Broadcasting, I think I've already touched on that. Let me not touch on it in the interest of time. At the exhibition and distribution, this is what we do as the board, because the law stipulates that no person shall exhibit any film or at an exhibition to which public are admitted without having a certificate. So we issue a certificate to cinema theaters, to video shows, to video vendors, and anybody who is trading in film. They are different. They are at a category where we do issue the licenses. Of course, we issue the licenses at the categories as I said because of we check it, even the size of business so that it becomes reasonable for all of us, and we level the ground. I think that is good for us. We could go to the next slide. Possession, mostly we do consumer advice, so that possession is at the point when people are consuming that content, consumer advice, so that by the time they are consuming that content, they have the advisory on the age appropriateness. Next, please. Currently, we are doing the review of the film law and the film policy, and we do recognize that we are operating in a very dynamic environment, and especially to do with ICT, and because of that we are reviewing so that the Film Stage Plays Act and the regulations to be developed from that and the classification guidelines can address the issues that we have on technological advancement. Of course, by the time this law came into place, we didn't have the video on demand, we didn't have the over-the-top services, the OTTs, like we have Netflix in Kenya, we have Showmax, we have Usasa and all those, and so many other apps and other platforms like the YouTubers have said, Facebook and all that. So this law is going to address the gaps that could be there in terms of regulating that content, so that all of us, or all the guys who are dealing with film and broadcast content can be brought to the same net. Of course, the law, well, we have a constitution that was promulgated in 2010. Of course, the Film Stage Plays Act is older than 2010, so there are some gaps in the law that are to be addressed by the review of the act, and those are the two major ones. Of course, there are other issues that why we are doing the review, but those are the two main issues why we are doing the review. Next, please. I think on the collaborations, I think this will be we have a number of collaborations and partnerships because we cannot work in isolation, and one of the main partners we have is the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education takes care of children right from the 3-year-olds all the way to the university. So this is a main area for us because of the numbers that we have, the numbers that we address during our media literacy program. So that is why we are in collaboration, because that is where we get our children. Because the law says that the Kenyan law, a child is anybody under the 18 years of age. Then, of course, you have the Communications Authority of Kenya. This is regard to it's the body that issues the licenses for the broadcasters. So collaborate with them so that some of the conditions that are in the licenses touches on the content. That's where we come in, and of course also in the Kenya Information and Communications Act. The next one is Google. Google is major for us. Actually, we have two programs with Google. We have the digital parenting program that helps us to reach the parents so that they take care of the children, because in Kenya we do enjoy high internet speeds and and connectivity, and of course also the mobile telephony is very affordable. So a lot of a lot of content is viewed in this platform. That is why we have the collaboration with Google, so that we are able to for them to be able to take care of the consumers on those platforms. I think the next one is let me talk of one. I think that is, let me stop there because the media literacy program will just be what I have talked about, how we do the advisory. And I thank you for listening to me. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you more. And I want to invite the CEO to take up the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma. I think just in 2 minutes for me to wind up, if you can remove the screen. I just wanted to emphasize 1 or 2 points. Madam Chair, if we have a minute or two, if not, then we could...
I'm going to allow that minute or two and apologize to our Nigerian colleagues and say we will come to them shortly so we don't run behind with the presentations from the rest of the parties. And also note that the questions and answers are going to come much later. We're going to do a Q&A session much later, not right now.
Absolutely, we are keeping to our time. I just wanted to emphasize the 1 or 2 things that my colleague Emma said. And I think for us, what is most critical, and I think this goes for all the other jurisdictions, is the rationale for content regulation in each and every country. For us, it is 2 major things. One principle is to protect children and vulnerable groups from harmful content. And I think that cuts across. And of course, the other one is ensuring that films and broadcast content conform to our culture as a country. And we are very intentional about that because, like we said, we agree that there are issues that are good in Kenya, they may not be permissible in South Africa and so on. And therefore, when films come from one country to the other, or a filmmaker from this country coming to do a film in Kenya, we will therefore have to look at some of those issues and the films and whether they're going to speak to the laws of Kenya, whether they're going to conform to our cultures, and that is just based on the law and our constitution. Emma has clearly indicated, has indicated very well, that our constitution is the philosophical grounding upon which we make our laws, and regulation must speak to the constitution. And though the only issue about whether classification and whether content regulation undermines democracy cannot arise in a place like Kenya, where you have the constitution of Kenya that is so robust, because those the freedom of expression and the other rights that are related to that free speech are actually in the Bill of Rights. They are taken as critical as the right to life, and therefore they are enshrined. And we have a very robust judicial system where filmmakers go to court. Here in Kenya, we have had quite a number of cases where we have had to go to court because that's what we believe we should handle disputes with the industry. And as a regulator, we appreciate that we may not always get it right. There will be moments when there will be those differences. But a regulator, most of the times, comes from the approach of the government. What are the laws that the government wants you to enforce? Because we don't make our own laws. Members of parliament, elected by the people, make laws and give them to Kenya Film Classification Board to enforce. Sometimes there's always misinterpretation as if a regulator can veer off and impose their own dictates upon the filmmakers. That cannot be allowed because we have the court of law that will go and challenge that. So I wanted to emphasize that. When we are regulating, we look at 5 levels. We regulate at 5 levels: at the creation, distribution, broadcasting, exhibition, and possession, like Emma said. In all those levels, again, we try to create understanding and connection with the filmmakers so that by the time they start creating their films, we have an understanding of what the script is all about, or synopsis, and we don't end up telling them to delete material at the end of the day when they have spent a lot of money. And we believe that nexus between creation, distribution, broadcasting, exhibition is important to save the money and to ensure that we also have a common understanding. And then lastly, Emma has talked about the legislative gaps in the law. And we know that the law is not static, society is not static. We cannot have laws that just stay there forever. So we are now currently reviewing the law that establishes the board to speak to the technological challenges that Emma has enumerated. That we have now new platforms for content distribution. Our kids are consuming content online. We have a very robust connectivity across, including in the villages. And because of that, then, what are the challenges that we are facing as the regulators, and how do we speak to that ecosystem to ensure that the idea is to ensure that people consume content of their choice, but they get advisory from the government, and that content is suitable, and it's managed in a way that all the parties that are involved enjoy the freedom that they want. That one party who is enjoying their freedom do not infringe on the freedom of the other. And essentially, as now we go global, because we appreciate again, technology has made the world a global village, that there will be content travelability, we'll be interacting, we'll be consuming our content. Master KG was consumed, I think, in Kenya, probably more than in South Africa, I believe. We all enjoy Jerusalem Challenge and so on. I think this speaks to the dynamics that we are going to encounter as we go forth. That content created in one jurisdiction will find its way to the rest of the world through technology. And we must appreciate that, open up our minds, and see how we can manage that content if it speaks to us as Africans. And that should be the fundamental issue. That content that speaks to the issues of family, content that speaks to our Africanness, tells our African story, content that protects our right to life, promotes what is good in humanity, create a better world, speaks about our challenges, and gives solutions, not just glorify vanity and matters that may not add value to our democratization process. That is something we support. And we open this, we are open to filmmakers from across the world to come and do filming in Kenya. We collaborate very closely with the Kenya Film Commission, who handle development. Kenya Film Classification Board is the regulator. And the new law is going to bring us together under one act called the Kenya Film Act, which will have Kenya Film Commission as the developer or promoter of films, and Kenya Film Classification Board as the regulator of content across. So this is the model for Kenya. We hope it can inform your operations, but also we are borrowing from you, and we thank you for the time that you have given us. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ezekiel Mucho is the CEO of the Kenya Film and Classification Board, as well as his colleagues joining us from Kenya there. If you are joining us on Zoom, please send any questions or comments that you have about the harmonization of content regulation on the continent to us. We'll address that at the end of the session when we have the large Q&A with the different people who will be speaking to us and sharing their models. Right now, we're going to go and take a look at the Eswatini model. Mr. Vusigama Kumalo, who's the Broadcasting Services Manager from the Eswatini Communications Authority, joins us now. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Kumalo, and over to you.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Kumalo. You can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll be presenting about content regulation framework in Eswatini. I'd like to thank FPP for inviting us to do this presentation. As a young regulator in the region, we are pleased to be in this meeting because we are on a learning curve. We will talk about things that we have done in the country and the landscape, including the framework that we have. I must say that the regulator, as I've said, is still in its infancy. It was established in 2013 by the Eswatini Communications Act, It is regulator for telecommunications, postal, as well as broadcasting services. It's also responsible for the content side of broadcasting. So the Commission is also tasked with ensuring that all communication services are provided in a manner that will best promote economic and social development, and also to ensure that viewers are protected, including their privacy. The Commission is also tasked with to ascertain the state of listenership or viewership of broadcasting services. Each and every year it must carry out a viewership or listenership survey to find out the state of listenership. Also, or the state of public opinion concerning programs included in broadcasting services. Well, I must say that as a young regulator, the country doesn't have a film and publication board like in other countries, in Kenya, as we have heard, like in South Africa. But the act that establishes the Commission gives power to the regulator to regulate the broadcasting service content. Okay, prior to the regulator, the national radio content before 2013 was regulated through developed by the station itself, and the television station was regulating its content through a board of control. That's where they would set their moral standard to that board. But when the regulator came into force in 2013, because the Act empowers it to develop guidelines and codes, so the Commission was able to develop some of those guidelines and codes that you will see in the next slides. There are also regulatory instruments that are under development. Okay, in terms of, you can say that the Commission is mandated by Section 6C of the Act to regulate and supervise television and content, and 7C also allows the Commission to issue guidelines, establish quality of service codes as well as content codes. The Commission is also empowered to monitor program schedules of anyone providing broadcasting services. So the broadcasters, they normally send their schedules to us for the whole quarter, probably a week, some 2 weeks before, and then we'll monitor that schedule if they adhere to it. We are also empowered to monitor the television conditions that are put in the licenses. So in terms, we have developed some guidelines as were empowered by the Act in 2017, and these guidelines requires the broadcasting services to ensure that their audience are advisories before commencement of each program. The guidelines also calls for classification on age restriction used. So we expect broadcasters to display these age restrictions on their screens. We have also developed a broadcasting code which just came into effective on the 1st of January. And this one details the guidelines to programming before and during the watershed period. Well, we don't have classification guidelines, but we say to broadcasters at the moment they can rely on normally when they buy programs, there are some age restrictions on those programs. They may rely on those as well. But we are still trying to develop some classification guidelines by benchmarking from other countries, notably Kenya, South Africa, and Singapore. There is a draft broadcasting bill which will allow for the setup of a standards committee, which will look into broadcast standards. We think even this classification regulations will be developed by this standards committee. And I must say that it has been approved by the House of Assembly, so it's going to the second house for consideration. We do have a draft labor bill as well, which has been approved by the House of Assembly, and this will also ensure the protection of children online as well as issues of pornography. While the country is working towards a film and publication a bill, this one is still to be crafted so that we can have something that is similar to other countries. But as I've said, we are still a small country, we are still growing in this industry. We are happy to learn from other countries, and when we're developing this bill, we also look in the region. Okay, the guidelines of 2017 also require this type of symbols to be displayed when their programs are being aired by notably the television broadcasters in terms of nudity, language, violence, and sex. So we require them to also indicate on the screens if this program contains any of this. In terms of age restriction, the guidelines stipulate this for family viewing, parental guidance, for viewing for persons over 13, 16, and 18. That's how the guidelines that we developed in 2017 talked in place in terms of age restrictions. Well, as I've pointed earlier, that we have the draft classification guidelines that are under development. But since we don't have a classification body, we thought that it would be best just to develop these guidelines for broadcasters to use themselves to do the classification. Because we don't have the entity that will do the classification. I think we felt that there should be something that the broadcasters could refer to as we want them to classify their programs more. But we hope in the future there will be this body that will be responsible for doing the classification. So in the interim of we are drafting these guidelines to help them do the classification. Well, these are the things that we have put in the classification. Looking at other countries like Kenya, South Africa, and Singapore, we've developed these thematic areas in the draft. I must say that this draft is still going to be taken to the stakeholders to have a look at it before we can use it. In terms of the restrictions, we are proposing the South African one, which we have seen on their classification guidelines. We thought that it would be best probably to use this one so that we can do, it could be harmonized in the region. I must say that's where I would end, and thank you very much for being given the opportunity to do the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumalo, for your input. Just another note and a reminder that any comments directed towards any of the regulators or authorities in the different countries, please continue sending them into our Zoom platform. We'll be posing those a little bit later on as we try and find the way forward in terms of content regulation, harmonization for the African continent. Please do continue sending those in. We're now going to take a look at the South African model with Ms. Abongile Mashele, who's the acting CEO for the Film and Publication Board South Africa. A round of applause for her as she makes her way up to the stage to present the South African model.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I must say, I'm not a big fan of these online conferences. They sure make life easier in terms of engaging without necessarily having to travel, but they're very impersonal. So I hope our counterparts and peers that have presented, even though we cannot see you, I hope you are all well. I hope everyone in the room is also well. I'm going to be presenting the South African model. If the technical team can just flight it, I'm going to look at it from my laptop. So I'm going to present the model of South Africa. The model of South Africa in terms of content regulation is administered by the Film and Publication Board, which is an institution established by statute in South Africa. Now, for the students that are here, there's two frameworks of content regulation that you get globally. You get the ones that are established by laws, which is something that you will find here, but in other jurisdictions, it's not necessarily established by laws, but you have the industry or industry-led initiatives where they do regulation or they do content classification and age ratings in their jurisdictions. For South Africa, it is established by a law. So in terms of the South African model, Lynette, don't see the presentation, I see myself on the screen. The Film and Publication Board was established by the Film and Publications Act of 1996. And the objectives of the law was to make the exploitative use of children in pornographic publications, films on the internet punishable. But it was also meant to regulate the creation, production, possession, and distribution of content in South Africa. When you hear people talk about the Film and Publication Board, they often refer to the regime that was there pre-1994, which was a censorship regime. Post-1994, in 1996, the government of the day thought the role of content rating or content classification is still critical and important in a democracy, which is why they then decided, instead of opting for what is termed censorship, which can move on subjective lines, let us move towards a content classification system where there is more objectivity in the rating model and there's also greater protection of children. So the objects of the Act was to regulate films, games, and publications. It was to protect children and also to provide consumer advice to ensure that as a consumer, I can make the decision on whether I want to watch your production or not, based on the consumer advisory that I would have received. as already emphasized by countries that spoke just now. Still not seeing the presentation. I am on the constitutional slide. As already emphasized by some of the countries, your regulatory system will be embedded in your constitutional framework of that country. So as the Film and Publication Board, our regulatory system, be it the law, be it the classification guidelines, they fall within the overarching parameters of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So as the FPB, we cannot do anything, we cannot take any administrative action, we cannot make any decision that falls outside of the Constitution. Because if we were to make that mistake, we would always be taken on review. So we are compelled to comply with the constitutional framework, including Section 16, which guarantees freedom of expression and provides certain limitations in terms of that. We also look at the protection of the child, which is also entrenched in our Constitution, and also the right to trade, which is also a right for businesses to trade in the Constitution. We're also guided by the National Development Plan, which is the National Development Plan 2030, so we contribute to the outcome on social cohesion for South Africa, because the work that we do actually works towards ensuring that there is cohesion in our country. The drivers of our mandate, as already indicated, it's to protect the child, it's to provide consumer advice, and it's also to criminalize child sexual abuse images, which is commonly known as child pornography. But as the InHope representative indicated yesterday, we are trying by all means to change that, but unfortunately we still have to make reference to the term because it's still there in the law. Now, in terms of the regulatory authority, we are a content classification body. We are under the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. We are one of the 3 regulators that are there. You have the ICASA, which is the communications regulator responsible for broadcasting and telecommunications. You have the .ZNOW, which is a domain registration authority, and you have us, Film and Publication Board, and we are the content regulator of South Africa. In terms of the laws, I've already spoken about the regulatory framework. We are compelled to comply with the Act. So the Act, the Film Publications Act, actually guides us on what we need to do as the FPB, the parameters within which that we operate. We also have to be consistent with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And there is one piece of legislation that our classifiers make use of, and we always have to be cognizant of it whenever we make decisions, be it a decision to register you as a distributor or a decision to issue a classification decision, and that is the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act in South Africa, which ensures that everything that we do has to be procedurally fair and lawful to individuals and the public. And also, whenever we take a decision as the board, we have to provide the reasons behind the decision that we took, and it has to be reasonable actions and decisions, because we can be taken on review as in other jurisdictions as well. And I think in the last year, in the last 2 years, we did have a decision that was taken by our appeals tribunal, which was taken on review. So that is a key legislation that we are required to comply with as the FPB. We also look at the Film and Publication, the Children's Act. It's a very important piece of legislation for us, because whatever is prohibited in the Children's Act, we have to ensure that in the film and content distribution value chain, there is no child who is exposed to such abuse, as well as Sexual Offences and Other Related Matters Act, which also outlines the sexual offences in South Africa. We actually could not change the definition of child pornography in our legislation, which is an administrative piece of legislation, because the Sexual Offences and Other Related Matters Act still refers to child sexual abuse images as child pornography. So in order for us to effect that change, the primary legislation would also have to change. We have undergone 2 reviews of the Act since 1996. We had a review in 2009, which basically was aimed at looking at the governance system, clarifying the governance system in the Act, and actually established the Council, which is the accounting authority of the board. But we had subsequent reviews of the legislation, and I think the most publicized one is the one that we started to do, which was only passed last year by the President, which was to basically provide more regulatory certainty of the role that FPB plays in the online space, and also provide some clarity on the definition of child pornography. If you read about that amendment and that review in the media, there was a big public outcry that the FPB is trying to censor the internet. But I think we have engaged with stakeholders a great deal, and I think if it had not met the constitutional muster, it would have been at the Constitutional Court by now. But that law was passed by the President in 2019. We are still working on the regulations around that. But critical things around the Amendment Act that was passed was that it decriminalized the online distribution of adult content on all platforms. Currently, the current legislation was very specific that if you want to trade in adult content, you need to do it in a particular store with tinted windows and all of that. And we realized that it is unrealistic to think that adult content can only be limited to physical stores. So we need to have the necessary safety provisions even in the online store. So at least that part was there. It also provided for the establishment of core regulatory systems that allow for accreditation by the FPB of international classification bodies. So as the FPB with the Amendment Act can actually accredit international bodies that want to trade in South Africa, so that we ensure that their system is aligned to our system, or we work with them to adapt their system to ensure alignment. And also it allowed for lodging of complaints. And another very important part of the Amendment Act is that it empowers us to take administrative action against people who are not compliant. In the previous law, if something was done incorrectly, the only option that we really had is to report to the police. The police would then take the person to court, and then court would issue a fine, and those fines were minimum. At least with the Amendment Act, it allows for the establishment of an enforcement committee that can look at transgressions and actually levy penalties according to the Act, so that we can ensure greater compliance within industry. I've moved a great deal from the slide. If I go to my slide, I'm on slide 14 now. Okay. Now, in terms of our model as the FPB, you are required, if you want to trade in South Africa, you are required to register with the board, and annually you renew your application with the board. And as you register, similar to what Kenya presented here, in order for you to be able to register as a distributor, there's certain compliance requirements that you have to meet as a distributor. You can register as we have a lot of filmmakers who've actually registered their own distribution companies, and they distribute themselves, but you also have big distribution companies that have also registered their entities, and they are duly then compliant and are able to submit material to the board. We also have a regulatory instrument that is provided for in our legislation, which is the classification guidelines. The classification guidelines are basically the tool of analysis that our classifiers use to rate material. This is one intellectual property that we pride ourselves as the Film and Publication Board, because our legislation says that we need to ensure that our rating system and our classification guidelines are aligned to South African values and norms. Over the years, we have developed a process where when we develop our classification guidelines, we actually test what are the South African values and norms, what is the South African sentiment, because unlike the Kenyan example, to actually gauge what South African values and norms are is quite a difficult process, because we are a very secular state with a great deal of diversity. And I think that is for me, it's an advantage of our country and our jurisdiction, because it allows us to coexist amongst ourselves, amongst each other, through our diversity as well. And I think those are some of the critical values in our constitution. So over the years, we've been able to develop classification guidelines where we can say that we are quite close to determining what is the South African pulse, what is the South African values and norms. We have, how we formulate these, we actually engage with child development experts who guide us on what is harmful to a child and what is not harmful to a child. We also engage with various experts who then guide us on how do we gauge the various impact levels when it comes to the classification guidelines. And then we also use the conversion surveys that Mr. Makhalmela actually presented yesterday. We use those to guide us what do South Africans think. So I can tell you now that from our classification guidelines and from when we engage with ordinary South Africans, when you show anything sexual in South Africa, be it a kissing scene on Generations or anything that is sexually explicit, South Africans will be up in arms, because we are still a bit more conservative around those things. But when it comes to violent content, not as much as we should, considering the context of our country. So those are some of the trends that we are able to pick up, and then we infuse them in the classification guidelines, which then inform the work of the FPB. Now, making use of the classification guidelines and the registration requirements which are provided for in law, if you were to go to the next slide, please. This is the regulatory roadmap of the Film and Publication Board. This is actually, if you look at this picture, it tells you from a day-to-day basis of the 89 people that we have employed at the Film and Publication Board, what do we do from start to cradle. It also tells you how do we engage with the various stakeholders. As the FPB, we have two critical stakeholders that we service. It's the industry. So if you are in the business of distribution and content creation, you are a stakeholder. And it's also the public, because we realize that you can never have full protection of consumers if consumers are not informed. So those are two critical stakeholders that we have. So in our regulatory roadmap, as I already indicated, there's the registration requirement. So as a distributor, you are required to register. We have a unit that actually administers all of those registration applications. And then once you are duly registered, then you are allowed to exhibit in South Africa. And in order for you to exhibit, you have to ensure that you submit your material for classification. So if you go to the red part, it shows you, no, same slide. I'm going to spend some time on this slide. When you submit your material as a distributor, your material is then allocated to a classification committee. We have people that we call independent contractors, who are the classifiers that actually watch the films and come up with the age rating. I wish I could say that I watch all the films that we get at the FPB, but most of the time I have to go to the cinema and watch with the rest of you guys. We have classification committees that actually sit and they review the material against what is provided for in the classification guidelines. If you remember, the classification guidelines is the tool that we use to analyze. Once the classification committee has reviewed the material, they draft a report. And from that report, they will say that this material is suitable for children of 13 because it displays X as opposed to Y, according to what the classification guidelines say. We have a whole administrative process that is followed where those decisions are quality assured to ensure that they are lawful. Because if they are not lawful, they will be taken on appeal or we will be taken on review. Once a classification committee has taken a decision, then as a distributor, you are then able to go and trade with your film or your production. So your cinema distributors, then they take that film and then they go flight it in cinema. Your online platforms, it's a slightly different model that we have, which I'll get into when we move lower down in the slide. We then have a cohort of people. Now, if you look at the yellow part, if you've submitted your material, or even if you've not submitted your material, we have compliance monitors, and their role is to go to stores and ensure that there is adherence to the law. Whoever is trading in films and games and certain publications in the South African market is compliant. If you are not compliant, then they have to take action according to what is provided for in the law. Most of the time they issue non-compliance notices, or if you are totally unlawful and you are contravening the provisions, then they are required to also work with law enforcement to ensure that your store is closed down. We also have, if you go to the pink thing on the pink part, we then move to the child protection arm of the board. We have a very important role of child protection in FPB. We actually have a hotline that is affiliated to In Hope that presented here yesterday, where members of the public can report to us any suspected child sexual abuse images, and then the team will then process it accordingly. Through the child protection team, we also work a great deal with South African police services, because a lot of the child sexual abuse images that we have, or the cases that we have in South Africa, are not actually reported. But when the South African police service does get the reports, they rely on our expertise and our child protection people to actually provide expert evidence that can be used in the successful prosecution of the people. A critical element to our regulatory roadmap is partnerships and collaborations, and I think I spoke about this yesterday. We are a very small institution with a big mandate. There's no way we could do everything that we need to do without partnerships and collaboration, so we rely a great deal on that. Public awareness, I know that it's something that we should be doing more of, but as the team, that's something that we are focusing on, because like I'd already indicated, without an informed public, they can never move to a point where they self-classify or they self-regulate by looking at the age rating and ensure that they adhere to this. We have made a stepping stone. What I've already spoken to now is the regulatory model that we have developed in the last 20 years of our existence. In the last 4 years of our existence, we've actually taken a step now to a core regulatory model. When we talk about core regulation as the FPB, it means we are actually entering into a partnership agreement with industry where instead of submitting material to the Film and Publication Board, we license you to make use of our classification guidelines so that your ratings are still aligned to the South African values and norms. Remember, I said our classification guidelines, our intellectual property as the FPB, because we invest a great deal of money in that. They reflect the South African values and norms. So the core regulatory arrangements that we've put in place are in such a way where online distributors, they can make use of the classification guidelines, self-classify, issue classification decisions, and we monitor the adherence and the compliance, and we actually train you. We are now moving more as well to being a training institution. We train you on how to do content classification for the South African market, so that the consumer still gets age ratings that they are familiar with. Because the age ratings of other jurisdictions will never be fully the same as the South African one. And then we also rely a great deal on research to ensure evidence-based decision-making, so that when we review laws, when we review regulations, when we review the classification guidelines, it is not based on Abongile sentiment, but it is also based on consumer sentiment, the South African reality, so that we can reach the vision that we have as the FPB, which is to have a media and society where FPB ratings are embraced by all. The next slide is just our classification process, and I think in the other slide I've already talked to it a great deal. The one area that maybe I did not touch on is that in our classification process we have an appeal tribunal. So if as a distributor you are not happy with the decision of the Film and Publication Board, then you can lodge an appeal through the Appeals Tribunal, which is a quasi-judicial independent body outside of our council, that then we appear before as the FPB to argue for either why we want the decision to be retained or not. So it's a very important governance instrument that we have in our classification system. The next slide I'm not really going to talk to, because I think we've already spoken a great deal to it, which is the child pornography mandate. We have a hotline, we have child protection officers who are qualified social workers who actually do this work, very important work in the mandate of the Film and Publication Board. And we also have online monitors who are also in Hope, they are trained by In Hope. And the top 3 challenges, what keeps us awake at night, it's actually supposed to be top 4. As the FPB, we're continuously evolving. So the 4 things that keep us awake, that will be the driver of our strategy for the next 4 years, is scarcity of localized research to drive strategic decisions. And I think this is something that all the regulators need to look at in their various jurisdictions, because if we were to look at that, it's the last slide. If we were to develop more research from the African continent, I think it would assist us in our advocacy and lobbying as the Film and Publication Board. The second one is to have content regulation technology to keep pace with the dissemination trends. So we can no longer have a situation where we require a distributor in the far ends of the country to come to the Film and Publication Board offices to deliver a DVD for us to rate it. We actually need to have advanced technologies where, from wherever you are, be it in South Africa or outside of South Africa, if you want to submit material to FPB, the electronic ways of doing that, even looking at artificial intelligence as a tool towards classification. And I think once you have clear-cut classification guidelines like we have, it is easier to do that. The third one, which is something that we always have to look at as regulators, the legislative changes. Legislation changes at a very slow pace, but it impacts what we do. So as the FPB, even though our law was recently passed, it can actually be argued that some of the provisions have become outdated. So we need to continuously be looking at the law and even thinking, is the law the ultimate instrument that we should be using to regulate this sector all the time? It should be technologically neutral, because once it's technologically neutral, then it allows you to be able to change and expand as the technology changes. And the last one, which I think industry would always appreciate when we raise it, is the ability of the regulators to adapt our processes, the turnaround times of our decisions to be as quickly as they are required by industry. Because right now, the biggest cry that we always have as the FPB is that it takes too long for your decisions to come. So as the FPB, when we sleep at night, this is our preoccupation. our strategy for the next 5 years is to look at how do we ensure that these things are not the issue 5 years from now, but the issue is more about the consumer needs and how we ensure that we better safeguard the consumer needs. With that, I think that is all from me. Thank you very much. I won't go into the different age rating. Eswatini covered us very well because their age categories are the same as ours. So our classification decisions, the age ratings are almost the same. Thank you.
We just have a slight change to our program. I'm going to ask that Mr. Adedayo Thomas, who's the CEO of the National Film and Video Censors Board from Nigeria, makes his presentation now, which means that those of us inside the hall will be waiting a little bit longer before we go for our break, but our program will resume on time after the break. So, Mr. Thomas, it's over to you and a very good afternoon. You're muted.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry for getting in touch with you late in the first place. Let me again introduce myself. My name is Adedayo Thomas. I head the National Film and Video Censors Board, Nigeria. It's coming to the harmonization meeting is coming at the time when we're rounding up for 2020 budget, which was extended from December to March ending this year. So it's been very hectic and with about 36 offices. As I speak with you, I just came down from the plane, rushed to a place where I can always meet up with this, even forgetting my laptop. But then I'll present what we have to do. Let me again congratulate the board, the publishing board in South Africa for this wonderful outing. We started quite some time, but unfortunately COVID-19 gave us some sudden break. Despite that, you guys still work. I think I must give kudos to you all. Well, the Nigerian model is called National Film and Video Censors Board. The name connotes what you know as regulatory. In a democratic setting, it looks draconic, but then we're working on it. The bill has passed the second reading and going to the public presentation now, when the name censorship is going to be changed. But going along the best practice, the National Film and Video Censors Board was established by Act of 1993, Cap number 40, 2004, and regulations of 2008. Among other functions is to regulate the film industry generally. And what I meant by regulation of the industry is this. Our main focus is to license a film, and to license a film that has to be in the public, then to license those who are to exhibit the film, then a premises for the purpose of exhibiting films and video work must equally have a license. To censor film and video works, the word censor, well, like I heard from my sister from South Africa, shouldn't be used in a democratic setting. Like I said earlier on, we're looking into it to have it perfected. Another function of us is to regulate and prescribe safety precautions to be observed in licensed premises. I mean, cinemas are being built on a daily basis, but it's our duty to equally look into it and look at safety precautions, the exit, the toilet, and several other things that surrounds the cinema. We also we perform such functions as necessary for the full discharge of all and any of the functions conferred on it by this act. Let me quickly tell you about this aspect of the function, where on a constant basis we need to go back to legislator to review our laws. But where there's some certain urgency, like online distribution, the law permits us to use that section to extend the law towards such, even when it has not been reflected in our act. So a couple of those things we do that are not directly reflected in our act. The last section of this act has given us the duty to equally do that. Because of timing, that will be the functions of the Nigerian model, what National Film and Video Census Board does, among other functions. Then, let's look at critical stakeholders. The critical stakeholders are, to us, the producer, the exhibitor, the distributor, and of course, to an extent, the directors. Why do we even censor, or why do we have to classify a film? It has several functions. It has several reasons. One of it is to look at the educational and entertainment values. Another one is to make sure that, well, it must be films that must not likely to undermine the national security of the country. Any security challenge in the film industry or that the film can project will definitely affect all the sector of the economy, political, and whatsoever social. So we must look into that, and that is one of the reasons why we, for now, I use censor. But when I use censorship, you know that it's not the military act of looking into the creative works in the creative ecosystem. Another one is that the such films must not likely to encourage or glorify decadence. What do we mean by that? For every society, you have a standard moral that can still conform to the entire world. Such films must not negate such standards as stipulated in the country. Those are the key reasons why censorship is necessary in Nigeria. Again, to an extent, to know who goes into the business. Like I said, the major stakeholders. There are a couple of stakeholders, but I just mentioned the stakeholders. Like of recent, if you have to present a film to National Film National Film and Video Census Board for classification, you must be one. The Act 17 subsection 2 and 3 as mentioned or states that only a member of a professional association of the film and video industry can present a film for review and registration. That goes to say that the act of anybody producing a film and taking it and bringing it to us for censorship is not allowed. You can only do that only if you belong to any of the professional associations that is within the scope that we at National Film and Video Census Board recognize. Those are stakeholders, and I think we have the same model when it comes to classification committee of, we have the same model with that of South Africa. The difference between the Nigeria and that of South Africa is that we have permanent staff who are classification staff. Then 3 of those involved in your film must equally be part of the classification committee. And the law stipulates within 30 days, 60 days, but because of the global practice and the rate at which content are being produced in Nigeria, it has been reduced to 1 week maximum. When you submit on Monday, you should be able to have your classification done and your certificate given to you by Friday. Except there's something that we've noticed that you need to go and do correction. That goes back to you until you submit, then we start counting this. The only other difference is the fact that when you have the right appeal, let's say for example, our classification listing rates from like, we have a G rating, which is general rating. We have 12A, we have 13, we have restrictions. Then films from the embassies are not being classified since it's not going into the public. But let's take, for example, you are rated 18 and you feel it should be 13 or 15. You have the right to appeal to us, to the executive director, and we have to set up another committee and invite stakeholders from outside to look into your complaints. When they're able to look into that, then they will advise. Whatever advice they come up with is what we take into consideration. Aside from that, the censorship and classification of films, especially the DVD, is being done within the offices located around the country around the country. Our offices located around the country. The only exception is the cinema. And why the exception of the cinema is we all understood how government works in terms of bureaucracy, which we're trying to work on in Africa. If we buy a model of a particular machine that will be suitable to censor cinema products, before you know it, because of innovation, in less than 6 months, another one comes out. It can only be afforded by private. Even the government that can afford it, the process of having to write, and especially when it's not in your budget, becomes difficult. So what we do is when you do all submission of whether the local films or the foreign films to our board and you pay the prescribed money, fee, we move our staff to your cinema. So you screen your cinema on your own, inside your own theater. Then our staff look into the classification and gives you. That aside from the fact that we couldn't meet up with the growing technology to buy instruments, it again gives you an idea of safety in terms of, what is it called? In terms of piracy. The staff, the owner of the job knows we have only come there to look at it on its screens. It's not released. And since it wasn't released to us, then you can't hold us responsible for piracy. Although it's still part of our job to make sure that your job is not being pirated by any group at all. So that's the two different the difference between censoring DVD works and a cinema. In as much as the cinema grows in Nigeria, there are a couple of other things that we need to mention. Like the cinema has grown drastically the last 3 years from about 1820 to 63. Then the theater, the screen, growing from about less than 40 to almost 300 now. And if not for the pandemic, the box office would have gone higher than what we expected. Of recent, we have a film just hit about 580 something million naira, which is quite an impressive outing. Nonetheless, the DVD market within Nigeria, and that's why we have structures, 6 zonal structures in Nigeria, attending to people, and state offices, because the DVD market is still high in Nigeria, and I will say to some extent, maybe not South Africa, it's still in Africa, because if you look at the number of DVD that comes in day in and day out, DVD player that comes in, Blu-ray DVD that comes in from the port, load of containers that comes in from the port in terms of DVD player and Blu-ray, then you ask yourself, do we Africans use DVD to cook vegetable or to boil rice? No, it's being used for DVD. So the huge market of the DVD is still there in Nigeria and is still there, let me say generally in Africa. However, it becomes difficult for us to have the data aside from those who brings the film to us and those we arrest outside doing our operations. other Nigerian models that we think that we are working on harmonizing is to harmonize that with South Africa. However, we might need to drop one or two things in terms of restrictions of what we do, in terms of our classification with the South Africa and other countries in the best interest of the global practice, especially with our online distribution platforms, which we need to consider whether we do classification here or we do rating or we do censorship, whatever name we call it. We should be wary of a lot of chunks that comes on online platforms, legal platforms and illegal online platforms. So we need to key along that line so that we look at a couple of content as being educative instead of, pretending that the kids we are trying to protect, they didn't know this. And in terms of one thing I didn't mention, which is equally cardinal, very important in our function, in why we even censor films, is child protection. In as much as we have core morals and values, cultural morals and values, and the upbringing of the children falls along the line, I think it's still very important that we have such things done as necessary. For you to enter the Nigerian market, the Nigerian model is very simple. People talk about co-production treaty. I believe it. I agree with them. I don't believe in that. Because if you look at the African chapter, AU chapter, I'm happy that some of my colleagues around there, which I'm giving support as well, are working to meet up with the AU desk officers. If you look at the recently signed AU agreement on free trade, film is business. It's no longer just an act for art's sake. Quite a lot of money is being made. And in fact, in Nigerian standard, the Nigerian rating, we're the third in the economy in terms of what is it called? And look at the GDP, in terms of GDP, I mean, and in terms of employment, we're the first, even higher than oil or agriculture. In terms of the free trade agreement and mentioning about co-treaty or not co-treaty in terms of production, I think what we need to do is to find ourselves to understand what the AU chapter of free trade agreement and services means. And we key into that, so we don't need a 100 million chapter to produce a film. If we have such agreement signed by the government at the highest level, and I think the best we should do in terms of that is to key in and look into it and key in with the AU desk officer where such things will be beneficial to us. So you only need to be a licensed distributor. You only need to be a producer in Nigeria, which must be recognized by a professional body in Nigeria. Of recent, of all the things that we're supposed to do at the National Film and Video Census Board, I believe in a step and another, and not lumping every other thing together. In terms of musicals, the musical tools are under our control, but then we have not done much because there's a huge and a lot to be done, and there's a couple of reformation going on within the film industry in Nigeria. Then having to pick those things together, lumping it up in terms of wanting to achieve success, you might end up not achieving any success, because capacity building is equally important for staff who comes to the office 8 o'clock and close by 4 o'clock. So in this situation, they hardly have time to exploit the best global practices or to liaise with stakeholders who work on a daily basis with this. So in that light, it will be difficult for any organization, regulatory organization or government organization, to have a lot of lump activities done at the same time. So of recent, I moved into making the Nigerian system professional. You don't enter a court in Nigeria, and I'm very sure the same thing is happening in other African countries. If you are not a member of Nigeria, if you are not a member, take for example Nigeria, if you are not a member of Nigerian Bar Association, you don't have any business going to court to do any defense for anybody. And if my law 17 subsection 2 and 3 says only a professional member of a guild or association should present a film for review and regulation, then that means the law has given us the opportunity to be professional in our outlook and even in other space of life. Then you need to be a member of a professional association as a producer. And what we do now is whenever you finish your documentation with us for censorship or classification, whichever one you want to use, what you need to do, you submit the form, then we look at it. Inside the form, you must have a distributor. Because if you don't have a distributor, if you're a producer or a member of a professional body, you censor your film. And you don't have a distributor, of course, which is marketer or cinema hall. If you don't have a registered distributor, that means you only want to watch the film between yourself and your family. So we put restrictions, not for public consumption. You equally have the right to censor your film as an independent person. But an independent person must not encroach into the public space. If you don't want to follow the or the association, you have the right to censor your film. But then, who collects it? A distributor is not going to collect from you because it needs to collect from a professional. And from the beginning, we're not going to censor that if you don't have a professional body. So it makes us understand who we're dealing with. It makes us understand when there is something like grants or soft loan for the industry, who are the people that benefit? Unlike before, anybody goes in and take a soft loan in the name of creative business, creative industry, especially with the film, in the film and video works. But then, there is no identification to that. And what, in most cases, the money gets out of the creative industry. So what we do is to recognize you as a producer, as a distributor, as an exhibitor. So presently we have 15 associations registered with us, professionally, that you can deal with in any aspect of the film industry, either in exhibition, either in theatrical display, cinema, production, director, actors, whatsoever. They're now 15. 2 days ago, I held a meeting with them, and they are moving further to have, what is it called, an organization for themselves, so that it can present to government a body that the government should be dealing with. That we've been able to achieve. When it comes to online submission, like South Africa, we don't do online submission before the COVID-19. But you see, despite COVID-19, people still find a lot of people agitated that their film needs to be censored. Online platforms are on. That's what keeps people at home. So it opened up our brain and we started online submission. So you want to do something in South Africa. In the first place, the e-portal we're developing, which should be ready by April. All you do is link it up. You see professional bodies you can link up with, you can collaborate with. Then you can submit your film. Immediately that is done, you can submit your film directly to National Film and Video Censors Board. And we send you your e-certificate as long as all those guidelines are. So the COVID-19, despite the negativity, equally opens our brain to doing things, thinking outside the box. And thinking outside the box, we start receiving submission on here, online of censorship. And we send you back, we send the things you, whatever information you needed, we make sure of the internet and do that to you. Aside from that, I think so far so good. The movie industry has survived COVID-19. It becomes very difficult for us to do, but then the creative energy of the people, the content production has made the COVID-19, I won't say it's a gone thing, but then in the film industry, it affected us, but then we are one of the first sector of the economy that quickly think about what happened after COVID, how do we survive? And gradually we're surviving. Cinema are coming up, production of DVD, is equally so massive, and a lot of things is happening within the industry. It is not yet over yet until it is over, and I want to believe the Harmonization Committee, where I'm an interim vice, we equally have to come up with something at the end of this dialogue and meeting, so that a film presented in Nigeria can be presented anywhere in the world with the same, most likely the same rating. That's what we're working at. And the regulations, regulation in actual fact is not to kill the business. Regulation is 12 o'clock. Is to create an enabling environment for the business to grow. So our regulations, we still say regulation. If we don't use censorship, we still say regulation, because we have to look at it. And why we are still at this stage that we have not got into a situation where we give the censorship or the classification procedure or process to private investors or stakeholders, is owing to the fact that, like my colleague in South Africa said, that they are small. I have with me well over 500 staff. I'm virtually everywhere in the country. Tomorrow I'm in Enugu, and from Enugu I'll go to Asaba. So it will still be difficult until regulation now privatize the national or an aspect of National Film and Video Censors Board. Again, we look at that in Africa. That would be very, very great. In the beginning, the service to humanity, because it's going to cost a lot of employment to the society. If it's private people could do censorship with less than 100 people, where 500 are. But then it has been established in first place since 1993, and it's going to take a gradual to fuse out of those things, which of course I will definitely support. But then, so far so good, we're not considering that giving the private sector the activities to classify films. Since we've been able to reduce our timing from 1 to 3 months to 6 months, we have reduced it down to a week. I think the staffs are, with the build-up of capacity that I've injected into the staff, like my colleagues in some other countries, we realize, and they will attest to it, that I always take a chunk of the staff to International Film Festival, and especially to South Africa, to other places too. They can attest to it. It's not for anything. It's not for the trip, but it's just for the civil servant who are bureaucrats to learn from the real practitioner of the industry. On this note, let me say thank you, because I guess I was given 15 minutes or thereabouts, and I hope we continue this dialogue. And very soon we're going to have a very harmonized African presentation to the world, where you come to Africa and you are seeing South Africa replica. When you go to Malawi, you are seeing the same thing. When you go to Rwanda, you're seeing the same thing as if you're seeing Nigeria. So we come on. All the best, all of you. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. If I can also ask you, if you're watching online, you have any comments around any points that Mr. Thomas has raised around the Nigerian model, please continue sending them in about an hour and a half. We'll have a Q&A where we bring everyone's comments to the fore, pose some questions if there are, and continue this African conversation around content regulating harmonization. It's now time for lunch. We'll be back at 2:30 in this hall. Can I ask that we come back about 5 to 10 minutes early, so that by the time 2:30 comes and the Malawi group starts their presentation, we are all seated and ready. Thank you very much. All right, my apologies about the announcement I just made. Just an update for our online community. We're actually going to come back from lunch at 2 o'clock and begin the Malawi presentation at 2 o'clock. We had to move around the schedule a little bit because of logistics, but we will be back at 2 o'clock for the Malawi presentation, and we hope to see you then. Thank you. Thank you very much and welcome back to after our lunch break, where we're going to continue taking a look at the different models across the continent. Here now to present the Malawi model is Mr. Humphrey Mpondaminga, who's the Director of Regulations for the Malawi Censorship Board. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Mpondaminga, and over to you. Mr. Humphrey Mpondaminga will be presenting for us that Malawi model shortly. Let's just go over some house rules or things that I'm trying to get people to do. If you're watching us online now, at 3:30, in about an hour and a half, we're going to be having a Q&A session and a commentary session where we're going to try and collate information, advice, and suggestions around content regulation harmonization on the continent. So if you have any specific questions for any of the people who have presented, whether from South Africa, Eswatini, Nigeria, or Kenya, please continue sending those in. I'll collate those and pose them to our guests over that hour or so session. I'm just going to double check if Mr. Humphrey Mpondaminga is still there and able to present for us now.
Hello.
A very good afternoon to you. Can you please start your presentation if you can hear us and you're ready to begin?
Great. I'm trying to share my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A good afternoon to all of you. I'm Humphrey Mpondaminga, Director for the Department of Arts in Malawi, which is also home to the Censorship Board, one of the regulatory institutions when we talk about content. I will take you through the Malawian model, and I'm told I have 30 minutes. So essentially, I will start with an introduction, background to content issues in Malawi, the current market realities and situation, the gaps, as well as the positive lessons that we have had so far. I should mention that I was trying to upgrade my connectivity so that I am much better today. But in case you lose my voice, please let me know. And I hope the network won't disappoint as we go. So in terms of introduction, I was trying to look at content regulation as a term which refers to the formal and sometimes the legally binding rules and procedures on how to handle the structure and content of mass media. Basically, I look at this as a system whereby we have the rules as set in legislation or code of conduct, the classification system itself, the guidelines, the ratings, as well as the policies and other international instruments. That said, let me go straight to some background issues for us as Malawi. Malawi was, until 1994, a one-party state, characterized by heavy-handed control in terms of mass media. We had one radio station, no local TV industry, and a few publications. After democracy, that was after 1994 when democracy was introduced, there were several policy changes, which is access to mass media and flow of content to the masses. Between 1994 to 2004, because of that change in policy direction, the radio was liberalized. We had a state-run TV station, and in terms of distribution of films, we have had film importers and distributors as well as exhibitors coming up. Again, worth mentioning the fact that just after 1994, there was a very strong voice to reform our censorship law so that we adopt classification. This was done between year 2000 to 2006, but for other reasons, we still have a draft classification bill, which we have tried to refine over the years. Now, getting to 2016, again, we had the opportunity to review and update the Communications Act, and which is the application process in terms of the telecom service providers, as well as it also looked at issues of convergence. How do we license an operator who is offering a number of services in terms of content? Now, the current situation in Malawi can be summarized as a shared responsibility, whereby we have a number of institutions, each institution as a regulator tackling a specific area in terms of content. And of course, we also have a number of laws that are like the enabling laws for such institutions. So I will briefly take you through these various legislations that we have. When you look at the Malawian case, we look at the censorship board, which has been there since 1968 as the mother body in terms of content regulation. So the mandate as of now covers content in the films as well as publications. Films, particularly when they are being exhibited to the general public, when they are being distributed as in hard formats, but there are limitations in terms of the online platform. That act does not cover that. The Communications Act of 2016, other than giving the mandate to regulate the telecom industry, is specifically also regulating TV content as well as radio content. And by extension, the regulator, the telecom regulator, MACRA, also has now what we call the E-Transactions and Cybersecurity Act of 2016, which empowers MACRA, the telecom regulator, to also regulate online content. That said, there are also some subsidiary, I would call secondary legislation. We have issues of like under the Consumer Protection Act, which was enacted in the 90s. It has some sections that talks about offending content and adverts. We have also the Penal Code, which also talks about, which also like it has provisions that outlaw offending content. So all these laws, the Censorship Act, the Communications Act, the Consumer Protection Act, and the Penal Code, in a way, one or another, like they are speaking to one another on what should be regulated. As I speak now, what are the key issues for content regulation in Malawi? I will talk about the Censorship Act, as the mother act, as I've said, outdated as it is now. The act is very specific in terms of the platforms, the formats, and operators being regulated. That I've already talked about. But in terms of operators, that act enables the censorship board to regulate those who are into film exhibitions, public exhibition of films, as well as the distributors. The act also empowers us to regulate films even if they are for home use, of course. Challenges of the current law does not cover content online. It does not cover, that's the Censorship Act. It does not cover computer games, social media, which of course is clearly taken care of by the updated Communications Act. We have had a challenge because under the current Censorship Act, the law is seen as quite muted and ambiguous. It's not very clear in terms of the guidelines used to, that can be used to classify. And this is the reason why we had to do the law review, which has changed the issues as I'm speaking now. A brief view of the classification bill, which I said is still a draft bill. I'll talk later on where we are now. First thing, it has revised the classification guidelines, the regulations, as well as the classification code for films. We have also learned from other jurisdictions to look at the complaints handling process. With the current act, it says when a client is not happy with the services provided, including issues of content, you can appeal to the minister who now make the final ruling on your decision. So those issues have been clearly reviewed, whereby we are opted for rules of natural justice, and there is even a reference that one can appeal to the board as well as to the High Court. We have also clearly provided for the outlawing of child pornography. That said, we have also maintained the provisions which outlaw unnatural acts in terms of bestiality, incest, and I should also mention homosexuality is outlawed in Malawi, so this is also maintained in this act, the proposed bill, and also other legislations that we have. Key issues under the Communications Act of 2016, of course, in terms of regulating content, the main principles I include that I should say that the Act is driven by the fact that we need to protect the public against offensive and harmful content, which is properly described in the revised Act. We have also particular interest to protect children and young persons, as the previous speakers have already said. The Communications Act of 2016 gives out, stipulates specific obligations in terms of TV content. For example, not to broadcast any material that is indecent, obscene, or offensive. It also gives the broadcasters obligations to exercise due care and sensitivity when presenting material that may portray violence and other issues in terms of moral values. Moving forward, the sister act to the updated Communications Act, like I said, the Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act of 2016, that, of course, the general transactions, but in terms of content, there are specific provisions that look at publications, online content, so to say. Child pornography is prohibited, issues of racial hatred, xenophobia, and other forms of violence. They are also they are regarded as outlawed content. Pornography, child pornography, again, under the Cybersecurity Act, is also outlawed. But most important is the fact that that Act also outlaws any form of exposure. Exposing children to pornographic content. I'll briefly look at the new market realities as depicted in the screen. I'll start with distribution trends for hard copies, hard formats of films. In the years 06 to 2010, we had a very good trend whereby Malawi, I think, was importing about 700,000 films a year. This resonated in terms of that there were also a number of public film theaters that mushroomed in the various townships, towns and trading centers, even in the rural areas. However, since 2012, that trend has been in decline, and of course, the issues have already been said by previous speakers. We look at technology trying to influence our consumer preferences. The other underlying factor I should mention is that in 2010, COSOM introduced new measures to control copyright matters, whereby it was agreed that they would issue the production licenses to Malawian operators, as well as even they revised the importation license. So this in a way affected the number of hard copies coming to Malawi, because a local Malawian would also get a license from COSOM to produce such films. In terms of TV content, I've tried to summarize it through this through the graph which I'm depicting. It shows that there is a growing preference for local content among Malawians. To start with, Malawi has about 26 TV content providers or broadcasters, TV broadcasters. 26 of them have been licensed now under the Communications Act of 2016. So because of that influence, Malawians have a huge preference to local content. 69% of Malawians prefer to watch local content. This is according to the study which was done in 2019 on the use of ICT materials and gadgets by Malawians. The other side in terms of the new realities on the ground is that as a mother body, as a censorship board, there has been a very huge interest from operators to legitimize explicit adult content and sex products. Malawians have approached us to venture, operators have approached us to if we can give them a license so that they operate an adult club whereby street dancing, stuff like that, they are on offer. Because the censorship is also responsible to regulate public entertainment facilities and performances as well. The other aspect is that we have been approached a number of times by business persons interested in the distribution of sex toys and they run adult shops in Malawi. The third aspect is that now the two issues clearly show that as Malawians, we are warming up to content which is more explicit and more adventurous, which is just reflecting the times we are here. This is now year 2020. Way back in year 2000, people could not even attempt to discuss these issues. The other side, in terms of the reality, legislation and policy, we have had a good debate among technocrats as we are refining the classification bill, whereby, again, this has come out very clearly that we should open up to more explicit content. The current version of the bill, we have made changes where pornography, adult pornography would be clearly allowed among adults, but previously it wasn't like that. The other aspect in terms of the current market realities is that ICT has been, of course, evolving, which has led us to have more access to online content. Now, this has had an influence in terms of our film industry and the general distribution of films. In Malawi, we have like a film industry which is still trying to come up. Yesterday, somebody, I think from South Africa, mentioned that if we talk about growing the creative industry, governments and even the regional blocks should be investing massively in the production process. So in Malawi, we are trying to see how best we can grow our film industry through such approaches. To mention that the few who have still are taking the limelight in terms of film production, they have produced movies that are released now in hybrid format, hard copies, through a film exhibition and even through online. Again, I know that we have not done a study on this, but I know that a significant number of Malawians are now accessing foreign content in terms of films through Netflix and maybe through Showmax and the other South African companies. In terms of computer games, I should say that the market is, I would describe it like a gray market. It's not that very formal. We have, of course, people who are so much into computer games, but in terms of distributors and stuff, the developers and all that, we are not yet there. That said, again, the other aspect I wanted to mention about usage of online platforms. Since year 2000 to 2017, very clearly, there has been a very significant increase in terms of how many Malawians have access to internet. This is statistics from 2017, but even now as I'm speaking, the statistics should be much, much better. Now, when we look at all this, what are we saying? Very obvious, we all look forward to belongs to those who are digitally gifted. Whether we are talking about consumers, whether we are talking about policymakers like the regulators, I mean the governments, as well as even the content regulator. The future is digital. So if the producer of content has gone digital, so much is the same case with the consumer. Now, what I want to say and underline is that as policymakers, we also have to move much, much faster. Because if we maintain the old ways where we are doing it alone as countries, obviously we'll miss it. The issue of harmonized integration comes in handy. Because yesterday again, it was already said that if you look at online content in terms of YouTube, the content that is uploaded per hour is so massive. How do we work around so that we still inform the general public in terms of content ratings? Let's look at our ways so that we have more and flexible ways of trying to inform the general public in terms of our content. That said, there are some gaps. I wanted to revert back to the policy issues in Malawi. I'd said that we have had for a long time the draft classification bill, which we have looked at so many times and defined. And that is a gap that we have as a country, because we are saying that if we are to harmonize migration in terms of content amongst countries in the SADC region and beyond, we first need to have a proper law that is backing us. Finally, like I said, there are also contrasting views on how to handle adult pornography. We have a very good section of the general public in Malawi that is quite conservative, but also the other side, people are opening up. So the debate is still there. How do we penalize our view? The other key issue that has also been at the center of the debate in terms of trying to define the law has been the censorship board. We look forward to have like a classification board, but what has not been answered and resolved yet is whether this successor institution will be an independent body that is answerable to a board and it ends there, or it will remain part of a government department as it is now. Of course, we will not conclude the discussion without talking about funding, looking at the way classification bodies are supposed to do. They are poorly funded, and you look at the various possible streams of revenue, the number of films, hard copies, hard formats coming to Malawi every year, they have significantly declined. So the question is, how do we sustain these bodies financially? We need to talk to the policymakers that the service we provide is very crucial. Let us have the backup of the central government in terms of funding such institutions, because relying on the licensing, the services we are offering, the Malawian experience, that is quite challenging. In terms of the bill, where we are now, our draft classification bill, I should mention that last year, we are now 3 departments of culture, including the Department of Arts, and jointly we engaged consultants from the US who were reviewing all legislation for arts and culture. And moving enough, they had to revert to our draft classification law, and they have given it a positive note that the law is well refined, quite advanced in terms of trying to adopt to international standards and the realities of the world. As I'm speaking, we are projecting that come July or so, this law should be enacted, because we have done all the paperwork that we are supposed to do. The issue of reviewing the Communications Act, I think that I already mentioned. I need not to repeat that. And moving forward, the next slide, one of the positive issues that has come up since we last met in South Africa, that was I think 2019, is that there's now closer collaboration among key institutions that are involved in terms of content creation, promotion of content, as well as regulation. I'm talking about the telecom regulator, MACRA, which is responsible for online content and TV content in terms of the content regulation. We have the censorship board, which is regulating the distributors of hard formats for films, as well as the films themselves, publications and public entertainment performances. Down the ladder, we have the Malawi Digital Broadcasting Network, Limited. This is the company which is there to carry the various TV signals. Since we moved to digital, they are providing the digital network services to the local TV industry. Again, we have Copyright Society of Malawi, which is there to take care of copyright issues when we have a movie producer, even a music producer. There is in closer collaboration, and when we look forward, we believe that the future is much better than it has been before. I'm trying to conclude now. My next slide, I want to briefly talk about implications or the lessons for Malawi. We are saying that as the state parties who are interested to harmonize regulation of content, we should first, of course, fight for updated policies, legislation, as well as resources for the various players that are involved in content regulation. Again, it's quite obvious that when we talk about harmonization, let's start at national level. In the case of Malawi, I should make it clear that we are quite split. Content regulation is not handled under one roof. So we are also moving towards harmonizing at a national level before we even harmonize at a regional level and as Africa region. But I want also to bring out this important aspect that if we eventually agree to harmonize regulation as countries, let's seriously again look at the skills development for the frontline staff doing content regulation. As somebody who has worked so many years in this field, I've had instances where, like somebody said earlier in the morning, that a movie maker would disagree with your rating, and the first question they ask you is, what are your qualifications? How good are you to rate their movies? Now, if we are to harmonize as countries, we should also consider harmonizing the skills development for our staff. They should do, if Malawi classifies a movie and that movie finds itself eventually in South Africa, already rated, South Africans should be able to appreciate the rating that the Malawians have done. And that will only happen if we also collaborate in terms of developing skills and standardizing the skills for our viewers and frontline staff in terms of content regulation. Again, like we said the other year, if we are to move forward, let us look at, I think the best approach, if we are to draw a roadmap conference, is to look at the low-hanging fruits, as somebody said. In which specific areas would we readily agree? We know we have a number of classification ratings that run up to 18 years. These are the easier, the low-hanging fruits. Let us first agree in principle that the ratings that we are issuing should be cutting across to other countries. Now, we know for sure that after that, after the 18 years cut-off point, we have some issues that may be of conflict between countries. But if we want to move forward, let's start with the lower end. It's sad to note that if we, at the time we used to have Nigerian films in Malawi, so much of them, the Nigerian classification board, the censorship board, would give it a rating on the hard copy, on the sleeve. But the censorship board will also issue a sticker for its own rating. If it's a South African movie, the same thing would happen. So if we agree on all the classification ratings up to 18, harmonize them, then at least for me it's a step forward to what we want to have eventually. So in a summary, let me conclude to say that, of course, we talk about updating policies, legislation, harmonizing at the national level, standardizing the training, the skills development for the frontline team, the classification. Like somebody said yesterday, we can't do it alone as regulators. We also need to work very closely with the industry. That now brings the question, what model do we adopt? And let's reflect on this very clearly, because we take the case of Facebook. It's about self-regulation. I'm told Facebook has its own classification code that users are supposed to follow. But I was trying to critically think that as the regulatory bodies, we may need to agree at a country level whether, at one level, we go for self-regulation. We make our input as regulators for online content, but there are some formats of content, the conventional, the traditional formats of content, which as regulators we can easily do them, and of course collaborate with the industry, but we have an upper hand in terms of trying to enforce and do all this. Again, I wanted to bring this up that it's important that as we consider, as we look at moving forward, let's explore the bilateral agreements that we may have between countries, because for me that will be the building block for a larger integration. That said, I think this marks my presentation this afternoon. Thank you so much. I can stop there for now.
Thank you very much for the insights into the Malawi model. It's now the part of the afternoon where we have all the different regulators from the different markets that are presented, and we're going to be asking for your insights and your commentary into the best ways to possibly harmonize content regulation across the continent. Any questions that you have on any presentations that you've seen today, you're more than welcome to pose inside the Zoom chat box. I'll pose them to the different countries, so I'm just going to ask people to listen out for their names or their country names in order to answer the questions that are being posed. So perhaps I'll start with you, Ms. Moshere, as you're here next to me. A question came in from Melissa Dobrovich, I think she's from Showmax. She said, how do we classify homosexual content on a platform packaged in South Africa, which will be flighted in South Africa, where it is legal, and another African country where it is illegal?
I think this was already discussed earlier when they were having the discussion on the matrix. I don't think the intention of harmonization is to try and trump the laws of any country. So from our side as the Film and Publication Board, the harmonization is to understand the areas where there are commonalities, of course, and where there is a divergence in terms of the laws of South Africa and any other country. It is incumbent on the distributor to ensure that they comply with the laws and the laws of that particular country. But the harmonization process and also the instrument will help you as a distributor to know what is permissible in one jurisdiction over the other, because that is just something that we cannot enter into, because it would now be trampling onto the sovereignty and the laws of that particular country and jurisdiction. But this process will help you to at least know what is possible and what is not possible in the various countries throughout Africa.
I'm just checking who's still online from which countries. If I can just ask you to say something, so I know that when I'm posing a question, I'm not posing it to someone perhaps who is not there. If you can just check in the regulators in Kenya, Nigeria, Malawi, and the like.
Yeah, can I take it up?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. The question is a very delicate one. South Africa has responded. I was looking at it that as regulators, we are also being challenged. We would want to maintain the position, the moral code of our countries. But somebody who is a distributor, their immediate interest is the business. Now, as we try to converge or to harmonize, I was thinking that the distributor, say Showmax, has also a responsibility to look at, of course, our country codes in terms of content, and also ask the client, which country they are from, and from there a decision would be made. I was looking at this issue as somebody who has been into content regulation. I once in a while go online to check issues of pornography, not for consumption, but to see and try to check what checks are there online. Now, the clear issue that comes in for other countries, which is acceptable, is to say that you go on a pornography site, adult pornography, you are asked whether you are 18 or not. And the moment you say you are not 18, the site turns you down. So as a client, as somebody who is distributing films online through streaming, they should also have that platform whereby they can ask where are they from. Just the same way if I'm to use another software like Zoom or Microsoft, there are other versions because I'm from South Africa, I'm not allowed to use. That's just my perspective. Thank you.
I'm just checking if there's anyone else from our online audience who would like to make a contribution to that question before we move on to some of the other questions and comments that are coming in.
Could I come in, Madam Chair? Could I come in, please?
Sure.
Thank you. This is Dr. Mutua from Kenya. I think that's a fundamental question. I think Bogile has just stated it. There's nothing more I could add. Safe to say that content regulation is not universal. It is jurisdiction specific to the laws of the country, to the constitutions of the country, to the culture of the people. So there's nothing overarching that we apply universally. Because there's content here that I can't even take to the US, despite the fact that that's the biggest democracy in the world, or so they claim. So, like Boglia said, the most important thing is to respect the laws of the land. People go to elections, elect leaders who come up with laws that govern how people coexist. Otherwise, we are going to have anarchy and disorder. And therefore, filmmaking cannot exist outside that regulatory framework, which is based on the overall good of the people as they have chosen to be governed through democratic structures. So that, for example, pornography is okay in South Africa. It is not okay in Kenya. It is illegal in Kenya. So I will ban it here without blinking an eyelid. Because it's illegal and I'm a regulator. I'm acting on behalf of the wider good of the government, paid by taxpayers' money to enforce the law. So any film distributor bringing pornographic content or homosexual content to Kenya, they will have difficulties with me as a regulator. Not because I am homophobic or I have any challenges with my understanding of where the world is going and the opening up of the space, but because I am employed to enforce the laws of the country. And my work is not to be popular, it's to do what is right in line with the law. What we should safeguard is to guide these processes through research and a futuristic outlook to see how do we progressively open up the space depending on how the country is moving because of globalization and the new technologies. But in respect to what content is permissible in Nigeria or in South Africa and Kenya, and how we can allow that content to go through across the countries, that must be in respect to the specific sovereignty, constitutional imperatives of each country. So that we focus on what brings us together. Because when our leaders meet at AU, or like they met during Magufuli's funeral, they don't talk about homosexuality. They talk about the love, the Africanness. They talk about who we are. And we don't subject ourselves to mundane issues that are based on personal preferences, because that's not what brings us together. However, when I do come to South Africa, like I always do, as a regulator, that is not my domain. I don't talk about, we don't allow homosexuality. That is not my area. I come there, I behave like Romans. So anyone who wants to bring homosexual content in Kenya, they look at the laws, they are open, they will read and understand. And I think what we need to promote as I conclude is the understanding that we are all governed by law and that every country is sovereign, they have their own cultures and values, and we focus on the shared values of Africanness. Like I said in the morning, our place of family, our appreciation of dignity to life, freedom of speech and so on, but limited to the dynamics of the constitutional provisions of each country.
All right, I'm checking if there's any questions in the room or any comments in the room before we move on to some of the comments that are coming in on the Zoom chat platform. Remember, whether you're watching us on Zoom or on Facebook, you can type in your message. I'll have it here and I can pose it to any of the regulators to answer. There's 3 hands up in the room and then we'll go on to an online question. If you've got a mic, you can stand up, make your comment.
Oh, thank you very much, MC. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow stakeholders and the panel. My name is Noel Mtingi and I'm a stakeholder in the Film and Publication Board. My question I posed as the follow-up question to what is discussed right now. Based on the fact of the regulations that differ within countries, I want to know if it's possible, if maybe the harmonization between countries collaborating in, I would like to ask if it's possible that there can be a licensing or a certain certificates that would allow certain project managers within different stakeholders, I mean within the different filmmaking to actually, because of we are the one who promote the whole movies, we are the one who get it to distributors who get it to different countries. I want to know if such a license that can allow me to go maybe to Kenya and then research more on their regulations and realizing more on the manner of the classifications comes by the manner of context, and its context is developed and can be distributed based on format. So based on the fact that there are different, what is allowed here might not be allowed that side, but it does not limit the format, because I could just edit and I could just reshoot certain scenes and I could just distribute it to another country. I think that will be helpful to the industry, other than no, because of that would be a depression to us filmmakers. Thank you.
Would anybody like to respond specifically to that question/comment?
Yeah, just very quickly, Madam Chair. I think that young man has a very important point. But I just wanted to say, just like we do in other areas, if you want to come to Kenya, you look for how do you get a visa to Kenya. When I'm coming to South Africa, how do I get a visa to South Africa? I do not start to impose, universal declaration of human rights. I just go and ask for how do I get a visa to South Africa? You want to do business in Kenya? This is a very good country. South Africa is a great country. Nigeria. What is important is how do they do business and what are their laws? At the moment you focus on that, then the conflicts are minimized. Because we don't minimize these conflicts and perceptions, we are going to minimize the opportunity for trade and business, and we are going to deny our youth opportunities to make films and make money. And my desire is to see you coming to Kenya to make films. And then Thomas has all his guys here from Nigeria. They come here anytime they want. We have so many Nollywood filmmakers who are collaborating with Kenya to make films. And yet we do not agree on certain things. However, when they come, they know the cultures of Kenya are like this, and these are the laws. So to make it easier for you, my brother, is to just say life is governed by regulations. And so, just like I've said, if you want a visa to any country in the US, whatever, US has the worst restrictions for visas. And we don't complain, we just subject ourselves. So let us not open up this space and make it look like the film industry has another operating in a vacuum and will be free. Yes, and as a journalist, I support the narrative and the philosophy that freedom of expression must stretch its bounds through film and to the media. And we must be the ones setting the agenda to open up the space and stretch those bounds as much as possible, because the world is not static, society is not static. But that still must be within the law you are going to exist peacefully, and if you are going to obey the laws of the land and live in peace and get protection from our government. So I think it's not a we versus them. It should be, how can we do it better? And where there's a challenge, rather than arrest people or terrorize them, we sit down and we talk and we correct any mistakes.
All right, I saw two more hands up. Please, may we start in the front and then at the back there.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. I can be heard?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. My question is general, but I would like both South Africa and also Kenya to maybe address. Yesterday, one of the people on the panel talked about regulation should be forward-looking. The regulators should be forward-looking. I wanted to know what they meant and whether any of the people on the panel might address that question. And I was also interested to know the expectations of regulators on online content. Sorry, my name is Josephine Mapoma, Director General from the Independent Broadcasting Authority in Zambia. We regulate content of radio and TV. My last question was to South Africa. Appeals Tribunal, doesn't it delay your work? Thank you so much.
Did you get the question? Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, can I take it? Or Abome can start. Oh.
Okay.
What do we mean when we say regulation should be forward-looking? We shouldn't be in a situation where we want to work with industry to safeguard consumer interests, but we are not able to because we are constrained by legislation or by regulations or by laws of a country. One of the things that is always said in the technology space is that if you're going to be putting in place any regulatory instrument, try and make it as platform neutral as possible, so that if there is a need for any intervention to safeguard in their consumer interests, you are able to do that. So when I'm talking about forward-looking legislation, it's responding to things like that, because there is a realization that technology changes every day. It has already evolved while we are sitting here. There are new ways of consumers engaging. There's a whole thing we were discussing over lunch of gambling in games. Those are all things, convergence. A couple of years back when we were talking about convergence, we were thinking about broadcasting and telecommunications, but now it's like a reality that we have to constantly be responding to. So we have to ensure that our institutions are equipped, we have the skills in place to understand the technology, the industry, the sector, and we also have the regulatory instruments in place to safeguard the interests of our consumers. In terms of our appeals tribunal, no, it does not delay our processes at all, because we have legislated turnaround times in terms of when appeal tribunal must sit and hear matters. And I think out of the 2,000, 3,000 titles that we would process in a year as FPB, we probably get 1 or 2 appeals. So it's not something that happens quite often as well, which is something that's commendable about our classification guidelines and classification system. Thank you.
You also requested that Kenya answer that question, and please, any other regulators who are online, feel free to jump in, add comments to any of the questions that are being posed as well.
Yeah. Kenya is still setting up. Okay. Can I take it? We can't hear Kenya.
Yes, you can. So you can go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, we are saying that we should be forward-looking as regulators because for so many years, since I think maybe year 2000, there has been that general philosophy among regulators and vis-a-vis online content, where we are saying that we may have very good legislation about online content, pornography, this and that. But one clear thing that comes forward is that the technology, the digital platform has always been like ahead of the legislation. So my point was to say that we should be forward-looking so that whatever regulations we have, or policy measures we have to regulate content, we should be seen to be at the same pace with technology, in the sense that we cannot have legislation that only talks to ourselves, but it will also reflect the interests of the online content carriers, the service providers, all of them. They should understand it. The consumer should also appreciate what we want to achieve. Because it's only when the consumer and the content provider understands our interest that they will cooperate with us. Because those people who go into programming, they can choose at every point to bypass whatever restrictions we try to put forward. But we should approach it from understanding that they appreciate the need and the value of restricting some of the content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just checking if Kenya is online and able to respond before we move on to other questions in the room and online. You are muted, Dr. Mutua.
My apologies here. I'm muted. But I think Malawi, my brother Humphrey has covered some bit of it. Just to say, to answer Josephine's question, Josephine, I think from Zambia, I think I agree with you, and that statement should really guide our work as we seek to harmonize content regulation. That content regulation, harmonization or content regulation should be forward-looking. And the context in which I understand that is to mean that we are evolving as a people and as a society. Even as I say very firmly that there are things that we do not permit here in Kenya, probably in another 20 years that will be different. Society is evolving, it's not static. And it will be a tragedy to have regulators who are stuck in the web of time, who do not appreciate that we are growing, we are embracing globalization and technology and all the shared ideas that come with that. Again, I talked about research. Regulation must be governed by research and an appreciation of the fact that the world is becoming a global village, and the same way there is ease of movement of people and goods, that's going to be a requirement for doing business, and therefore expanding the opportunity for our people, including film makers. So there is so much potential in the film industry, as we have seen from Nigeria and elsewhere, for our young people to create jobs, to sell our cultures. I think Nollywood has defied Nigeria in a manner that we appreciate. You see a lot of people dressed like Adeda Thomas here in Kenya, all over the street, including very senior leaders. We hear when we respect you now, the common respectable word is Oga. And 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it was not like that. But now people talk Nigerian here. There are comedians here in Kenya who brand themselves like Nigerians. And they make a lot of money. And those are the things you're saying. You can't close yourselves and just stick to the web of time. You need to open your mind and know through research, through engagements, through revised policies that the world is changing. But as the law is right now, respect that law. Just like I've said, you want to go to Nigeria, go to the embassy, find out how do you apply for a visa. That is number one. I think more importantly, and this is my own personal pride, really, that I've been a journalist, and I think when I share with Thomas, when I share with Abogle, I see people who are not just picked from the village to guide regulation, and I think we represent all of us. You listen to Humphrey, and you can see we have the best of the brains. There are times when regulators are taken like fools from the village who are just shutting people down, and I think that misconception goes to speak about the way we view government. People opposing government and fighting for the sake of it. And that's a narrative that even our filmmakers should change, so that it's more about engagement, criticism constructively, and engaging with each other, talking to each other, and ensuring that we listen to you and you listen to us, and our conversations to ensure that this industry grows is based on open understanding and transparency.
We've got another question from the floor. Cynthia, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I just wanted, as a youth of FPB, as youth voice of FPB, and also a young filmmaker, first of all, I would really like to appreciate the informative presentations that we've got today. And I got to understand that one of the main objectives that stood out for me from the conference is that from the harmonization of the objective of the harmonization of content regulation in Africa is to ensure good or effective regulation of media content, and that they don't want to appear as limiting the filmmakers or the content creators, but then to ensure that they create and also hold them accountable for harmless content, media content for the consumption of the public. And the question that I have is that I just wanted to ask if the regulators or different stakeholders from different boards, regulatory boards.
Cynthia, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat the question and a bit slower and articulate it because we can't hear.
Oh, you can't hear?
I mean, if you want to live on the edge, you can take off the mask.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to continue asking the question. So the question that I have is that how effective are regulatory practices or as a country in different countries in Africa, and how prepared or are they aware of how drastic technology is advancing, and how prepared are they as different borders and African countries for the new era entering social media regulations? Are they considering that, and or have they started preparing for that? Because I think at some point down the years we'll be sitting down or regulatory media bodies will have to sit down and come up with plans on how they can regulate or combat harmful content within the media spaces. Because now, we as a youth, I have come across content online on social media spaces that temper or they come across, they seem to be harmful for the minorities, the audiences within the media space who may be children, or you come across content like online gender-based violence where there are videos of women or even men or children that are being abused, and there is non-consensual image sharing of those people who are victimized and stuff like that. So I think that's also content in the media, social media space that we need we should not actually neglect. We need to be aware of, and as slowly as technology is advancing, we need to slowly prepare if ever it gets worse than it is now.
Right. Thank you. Is that the question?
I have another note, another question. I just wanted to ask how regulation would limit access to audience for content creators, considering the fact that the senior from Kenya mentioned that laws, like the country or people are governed by laws, and laws are made for the people. But then the same people are audiences, and they also have the right to consuming media content that are suitable for them. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, so 2 questions coming in from Zinhle. You look like you'd like to tackle one of them.
I'll take the first one. How prepared are we, especially for social media?
Okay.
Ms. Machele is just going to take this one, then we'll take to the online community.
Okay. The first one, how prepared are we for social media? That's basically a question that we always have. As FPB and also in our legal framework, social media is a different animal, lack of a better analogy. In terms of our framework in South Africa right now, it's really a balancing act because we do not want to trample on individual liberties and individual rights. So we use the constitutional framework because the fact that you are on social media doesn't mean that the constitution that you are operating within does not exist. And this is something that people don't know. And this is where consumer education becomes very important. The rights and the responsibilities that you have offline, you also have them online. And as FPB, what we place emphasis on as a regulatory instrument, especially for social media, is consumer education. As a consumer, you need to know what are the do's and the don'ts on social media platforms. The second thing that we always have, we also try and advocate to say, social media platforms, you must also know what are the do's and the don'ts for the South African market, because there's certain things that will definitely cause an uproar in South Africa. So your community standards, are they factoring in the South African environment, the South African setup? And then the third one is we only intervene in certain exceptional circumstances as the FPB. So if you find a video of child sexual abuse images, which is most of the time created by young people themselves, if you find it trending, then that needs to be taken down immediately. So we have relationships with social media platforms where they take it down. We have also even legislated in South Africa something that is fairly new, which is called revenge pornography. In a situation where your image is leaked on public platforms, social media, peer-to-peer, and you have not given consent, the Amendment Act actually criminalizes that and you can be prosecuted. So there's three ways that you can deal with social media. It's through the law, by exception, which is what is happening with the Film and Publications Amendment Act. Industry coming on board, having community standards that are reflective of the values and norms of all jurisdictions, not just the Americas and the Europe, which is what you currently get on some of the platforms. And thirdly, consumers also getting educated and empowering themselves, because it is only through empowered consumer that people will be able to engage with each other a bit better on social media platforms. Thank you.
I'd like to bring in the regulator from Nigeria, Mr. Adedayo Thomas. I know his hand is up. I know that our regulator in Kenya does also have something to say, but let's bring in Mr. Thomas for now. You are muted. Please unmute yourself before you speak.
Has answered that
Okay, now
quite well. Then how well are we prepared? Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Thomas. You can go ahead.
Yeah, how well are we prepared for the social media, the new outing? We should understand. I want to understand the fact that Dr. Ezekiel said it earlier on that we're not static. And one of the things you should assess very well is the content of this discussion, this harmonization thing. It started about 3 years ago, if I'm not wrong, and it's one of the things that you need to look at as being prepared by regulators, especially for some of us who have been working together for quite a while. Life itself is not static. We don't know what's coming tomorrow, but the only thing we need to do, like it's been rightly said, that we should be part of the regulation. On our side, we're doing that, but then on the side of the youth, there must be an input of what is really happening in the society. Those who regulate sit down in most cases to understudy what the input you are bringing in on board, and by that we'll be able to analyze and move on the field and do the needful. That's all I can say about how prepared we are we're very prepared. This has not been happening a couple of years back. It's part of our preparedness that we started talking about input and, of course, online platform, which came into the sector suddenly, unexpected. Technology grows every day, and that's the more reason why we engage people like you as well, who are more technologically advanced than us, to give us the next step. But if you are not fielding in, like they say, police are not spirits. We are semi-police as well. We are expecting a lot of input from you guys, especially the young ones, so that we'll be able to move forward in what we're doing. I think with that, to be able to get more prepared, we have our challenges, but then it has not taken us down. We talk, we discuss, and we enforce things that we're supposed to enforce. Bearing in mind the global trend and whatsoever you can call it, we come from a different sector of different areas in the world. And then it has been said earlier on by Dr. Ezekiel that sovereignty cannot be compromised. A white man is not going to force me to put on a tie. I'm not going to put on, I don't have one. I always put on what I wear, and this is the cap I wear. Do you understand? So there are a couple of things that are sovereign to nation that cannot be eroded. And so we should look at it. Even the world signatories, the world bodies that give, all the countries that give signatories to the World Health Organization, there are exceptions. Your freedom is guaranteed, but then your freedom must not encroach into the freedom of others. And that's why they say your freedom ends where others' freedom starts. So thank you so much for coming into the
Seem to have a break in transmission there. I'm going to take another online question.
Your question, I take you. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Harmonized Content Classification Index speak to both online digital platforms classification guidelines as well as linear broadcast? Same set of guidelines. That's from Sandra Geldenhuys. I'm not sure who's going to take it. I thought Mr. Mahalemele might take that, but you can take it.
I can answer. I think it links to the earlier question as well. The objectives of the harmonization process is not to change the laws or the regulatory systems of the different countries. It's to understand what is there so that it is easier even for yourself as the broadcaster to know what is happening in Kenya, who are the people that you need to talk to in Kenya. How does Kenya view certain things? It is not for us to say, Kenya, you must change certain aspects, but it is also maybe to inform amongst ourselves, to learn from each other, because the more we engage and we learn from each other, the more likely it is that we will converge and go towards a similar common role and a common purpose. As Dr. Mutua spoke about it earlier, is that our societies are evolving. We also cannot run away from globalization and its effect that it has had on our people over the last couple of years. So the more we have these conversations as the regulatory bodies, we will then be able to carve a common path where it is possible, but also respect the jurisdictions of the different countries. So this conversation of harmonization and looking at a uniform instrument or a uniform system or understanding what's there is not in any way meant to change the rating systems that other jurisdictions have, because that is embedded in laws. The laws are reflective of the values and norms of that jurisdiction. Thanks.
I'd also like to say that we are asking for comments as well. You don't necessarily have to ask a question. If you've got suggestions on this harmonization journey, we'd like to hear it. It's going to be collated and fed into the system. We've got a gentleman there with a blue jacket. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. My question goes to Kenya, because they talked about monitoring. How often do they produce monitoring reports, and what monitoring system did they put in place, whether it's automated or it's manual? And coming to South Africa, I think you talked about a regulatory roadmap where you did emphasize on the producer, distributor, and the public. And wanted to find out where government is coming in terms of policy direction, because you don't work in a vacuum. Government plays a very crucial role in terms of policies. And the other regulators, where does politics come in when you're doing the regulation? How does politics affect the regulation? I think let's be honest with each other if we are to achieve harmonization. Thank you.
Please may I ask that you repeat the first question that you posed to Kenya? I didn't quite hear it, and I'm not sure if they quite heard it. The first question that you posed to Kenya.
It's about monitoring. What kind of monitoring system did they put in place?
Okay, thank you.
And whether it's manual, automated, or whatever, and how often do they produce monitoring reports?
Thank you very much. We can go over to Kenya to answer the question around monitoring reports, and then we'll come back into the room to South Africa, and any of the regulators can think about the answer to the question around politics and how that affects your work.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't know that my colleague Emma Irungu is around. She's actually in charge of that sector. I'll try to answer, but if she's around, I will invite Emma also to make a comment. Yes, but we do have at Kenya Film Classification Board a team of media monitoring officers. They are called BMU, Broadcast Monitoring Unit. They do monitor 24/7 what content is going on air and what nature of content, and it is clipped. The idea of having the BMU is to ensure that if there's a complaint and somebody tells us that last night at this hour there was inappropriate content in a certain station, we just go back to our system and we are going to review and find it, clip it, and then file a report. This helps when we are going to court because we are able to provide documentary evidence that there was actually a breach. And so you cannot go through the court process and take a violator or an offending broadcaster or whatever to court unless you are able to file that report and give documentary evidence. So the BMU is a very critical component of our work. And those officers are so smart, they work 24/7 in shift. Now we have gone online, of course, so they don't have to stay there monitoring the machines. Anytime those reports are needed, they'll be able to go back and look at the clippings or look at the what was aired at what particular time. They can clip to the second and give the evidence whether the complaint has merit or not. We do produce reports quarterly and share them with other regulators, including Communications Authority of Kenya, who are the ones who license the ICT infrastructure and broadcasters. They are the licensors of that infrastructure. We regulate only the content and the appropriateness of the content, but Communications Authority of Kenya is the one that licenses the operations of broadcasters, telecommunications, internet service providers, and so on. But we work closely on what we call cross-jurisdictional mandate, because there are areas where, even though our mandate is distinct to content regulation, you are regulating broadcasters who are licensed by Communications Authority of Kenya, and therefore that seamless collaboration. Little wonder we are in the same Ministry of ICT, Innovations and Youth Affairs, and we do also have the Kenya Film Commission also under the same ministry, and the whole idea is to try and create as much cohesion and a common approach in the manner in which we speak as a government. So that is done that way, to answer my brother. But Madam Chair, the question that the first the lady asked is very critical about whether film regulation limits creativity. And I want to use the analogy of a traffic police. Does the presence of traffic police officer on the road limit mobility of motorists? What is the use of having a traffic police officer on the road? It's not to disturb people. It shouldn't be to extort people. It shouldn't be to cause unnecessary traffic. The work of a traffic police officer should to create free flow of motorists, so that if you are okay, another guy is not blocking you, and the vehicles are able to move. That's what we do in this sector, to provide free flow and to ensure that you who's driving a ramshackle that is going wobbling on the road, you are kept aside, you are obeying the law to pass. The guy who was abducted somebody and kept them in the boot, we sorted them out and we saved the life. The idea of regulation is not to criminalize or to control. It is to provide smooth flow of interaction of human relations and regulate human relations. I always, the problem that we don't understand, especially young people, is that from the days of the Hammurabi, the lawmaker, or if you go further, even the days of the Bible, the framers of the law come from the philosophy that human beings have the propensity to break the law and to commit crime. So from the days of yore, the philosophy of the law is thou shalt not. Thou shalt not, because the human beings by nature, they are given to mischief, and you start from there. That's the only problem that you have with government, that they start by almost assuming that you're almost going to commit a crime. But the best example I can give is that one, the analogy of the traffic police, that as long as you have not committed an offense, your car is fine, you have not abducted anybody, you have not broken traffic rules, why do you want to fear driving on the road? Why would you have a with a police officer? Greet them, stop, give them something if you want. If you don't want, you have no obligation if you have not committed a crime. We are the ones who contribute to promoting corruption. There is a giver and there is a taker. And therefore the regulator will not have any challenges. If it's really a qualified regulator in a democratic space, if they should provide growth of the industry, they should facilitate, not become a prohibitive agency. Our work is facilitative, it's not prohibitive. Our work is to enable film makers make films. Our work is to enable creators create, and create ease of doing business. We have actually that as a concept here in government in Kenya. Ease of doing business. You want a license, you get it instant. You want this, you get it from government because you pay taxes. So you're not an enemy of the government. But don't take your government as your enemy or the regulator, because that way we are going to have a necessary conflict. So I think that's very critical. And then lastly, how effective are the regulators or the regulatory processes, in the digital era? I think the fact that we are here conducting this meeting in the nature we are, and I think we have been forced for the most part by COVID. Necessity is the mother of creation. And as we grow, you realize that there will be synthesis of life that will force us to accept things that we never thought would work for us. This is good because we are going to interact more and do business. There's a book by Thomas Friedman called The World is Flat. And when I look at the world and where we are today, I see a world that is flattening, dynamics of cross-cultural exchange, trade and business and opportunities, and I think that's what we should be aiming at. To allow Malawi and Kenya and Nigeria and South Africa and US, all of us to be able to do business together as people of the same world, even though we belong to different countries with different legislations. Mine is again to emphasize the entire philosophy behind this harmonization is to open opportunities for trade and business in the sector of film, one promoting our Africanness, promoting the African story, promoting the place of dignity for life, the value of family, and the protection of children from exposure to harmful content.
Thank you very much. I'm checking if there are any other regulators online who'd like to respond to the comments or have anything to say before we take some more questions from the room and some more online comments. If we can just get the mics to the...
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. I think there was a question that was posed, politics and regulation.
Yes.
Has it been responded? I know the person, the participant asking is my colleague in arms here back home, so I will not attempt to respond. Let's hear from Kenya, South Africa, or maybe and Nigeria.
I'm not sure about the context of the question, so I'll answer from the way I understand it. Governance is inherently, it's political. But in a democratic society, you have to operate within the parameters that are there, that govern, that are used to govern in a democratic society. So if your question is, as putting it in a simplistic term, if one of the politicians in South Africa would come and say, we don't like move X, can you remove it? As the FPP, we wouldn't even be able to engage in that because we have within the parameters of our law, rule of law, that we all have to comply with, from the president to everyone else. there are public accountability instruments that we have to adhere to as the Film and Publication Board. So whatever decision we make has to be lawful. It cannot be based on Abungile's personal preferences. It has to be aligned with the law of the country. There's also specific things about the role of the judiciary. So whatever decisions we take, they can be interrogated by the judiciary, which is independent from the state, from the executive that we report to as the Film and Publication Board. So I think over the years we have developed a system that can ensure that politics can never interfere with the decisions that we take as the Film and Publication Board, as long as they are aligned to the constitutional framework that we are operating within as the FPB. So I hope that answers that question.
Okay. We've got 2 hands on the floor. Lerato.
Good afternoon to the panel. My name is Lerato Ntwambe. I've got 2 questions. The first question is, what are the content regulators doing to address some of the gaps, especially when it comes to the deaf community? Are they ensuring that they are closing that gap and addressing some of the problems that come with people that are deaf but enjoy films? The second question is with regards to online distribution. So there's a thing that say that sometimes when international companies especially don't comply with legislations, often enough, especially in South Africa, the fines they can budget for. So if they don't comply, they can basically budget for the fines. So I just wanted to ask all the content regulators, whether do they stick to specific tariffs for local distributors, and also keep in mind the international distributors who often, when they don't comply, they can basically have a budget for non-compliance. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Can I address the first part of the question? I think she raised the issues to do with classification ratings for those consumers who have problems to speak. I think, in my view, this is important for us as regulators to look at this and take it on board as a country level first. Because I'm saying that because we have what we call the Malabo Treaty, which ensures that those that are that group or segment of society. I think it's something that really opens us up. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to Nigeria now.
Yes,
Mr. Thomas, you wanted to answer something? Can I just ask that if you're not speaking, you mute yourself? And I'm just checking, Mr. Thomas, if you wanted to answer the question or you were... All right.
As regards pricing, well, in Nigeria, we have different categories. For domestic, is lesser to censor a film, to classify a film, It's lesser compared to the foreign films. Most of the foreign films in Nigeria that we censor are cinema theatrical movies, not DVD. All the foreign movies in Nigeria in DVD are unclassified and uncensored. So we go on operation and enforcement to raid the market. For student film and short films from students, we do that free of charge. And Another category, or another thing I want to mention is this. In our regulation, it has been stated that we do online per minute. Meaning if your film is 1 hour, by the time we are classifying it, we do per minute of that film. But then the association came on board and said we should reduce that because it's expensive when we have to do that. By regulation, we have not done that, but we came into MOU with the association and reduced the money to even less than $100 for DVD. To harmonize pricing, so far so good, will be very difficult. The challenges we'll have had in classifying foreign films will have been receiving the copyright permission from the owner in the first place. But fortunately for us, there's Paramount Studio agreement with Nigeria, there's Paramount Studio and Fox Studio and the Universal Studios. So our cinemas are doing well to collect the copyright, intellectual copyright permission from those areas. So the prices are not uniform, and I'm very sure with other regulators, the prices cannot be the same. Thank you.
Okay. Can I come in, Eswatini?
Mr. Vusigama Kumalo from Eswatini would like to make a comment, I believe.
Yeah, yes, please. I wanted to add on the issue of people living with disabilities. In Eswatini, we do, through our broadcasting code, compel broadcasters to ensure that there is captioning, subtitling, and signing, so that these people who are living with disabilities could benefit. And I also add in terms of monitoring, as a commission, we have to monitor the content as well, but we are working on a broadcast management system as split out by Dr. Ezekiel. We're also working on a broadcast management system that will monitor automatically the programs from the different broadcasters. But currently we just monitor manually, and we notify broadcasters if there's something that we see like it is against the code or the guidelines. But we will soon be having an automated broadcast management system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. I'm going to ask that, even though we're going to wrap up soon, if you've got any comments or suggestions to any of the panel members, you continue sending them in. We're going to wrap the conference slightly early. And if we've got comments on the floor, I see there is a comment on the floor. I'd just like to read in what's coming in now. Suggestion to regulators. Conduct research on whether other countries around the globe are regulating user-generated content online, and what are the best practices that can be adapted in Africa. So that's one of the suggestions coming in. I see we've got a hand there. Can you give us your comment, please, and then we'll continue taking some more comments.
Okay, I'm Noel Ndingi, and I'm also a stakeholder of Film and Publication Board. No, I must say the panel today is on fire. We are learning. Thank you very much, and I'm receiving great energy. When it comes to the classification, I think one of the contributing factors that can work for the whole publication classifiers would be to allocate for the already filmed, the final cut of a film that will come, and to a certain targeted audience, then the classifier would state that, nope, this film is not okay for maybe a targeted audience. It can be higher or a refusal. I think if maybe regulators could work on a certain document that they can give them, so that they can go back to their sponsors, because of on film we work with money. They can go back to their sponsors and shoot and fundraise for the reshoot and remodeling of the movie to actually fit within the regulations of that targeted audience. In different countries, that would work perfectly. I thank you.
Can I come in on the question of penalties? I sure hope all the distributors or the companies that are here are not budgeting for penalties. Because I would like to believe that most of them, they actually aspire to be good corporate citizens of any country that they trade in, irrespective of where they are currently located. But as the Film and Publication Board, one of the things that we have done with the legislative amendment is to make the penalty regime a bit more stringent. And the law even escalates to such an extent that if the company continues to be non-compliant, then there can be legal recourse that the Film and Publication Board can take through the Enforcement Committee, where the person can actually be trialed through a court of law if there is continued non-compliance. And obviously in that instance, it would be the head of that institution. So that's one thing that we're actually quite proud of with the new legislation, because now you will not be required to pay a fine of 500 rands because it was really not a deterrent. But the fines that we have now, we hope they can serve as a deterrent, even though that is not the first instrument that we want to use to get people to comply. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a comment or question for the regulators online and here around cyberbullying. What are the content regulators doing to minimize or get rid of cyberbullying, which has become a very serious issue on the continent, with various countries' Twitter communities known to be quite aggressive? I think one country in particular is being subtweeted here, but let's just get a response from that. What are people doing to try to minimize or get rid of cyberbullying?
Does Dr. Mutua want to answer? I know he's quite active in...
Absolutely. I think the best way to empower children from cyberbullying, or the best way to protect them, is to empower them with information. Let's begin from there, that if children know how to navigate the internet, if they know how to keep themselves safe, if they know how to identify bullies, and when pop-ups come up, they can see where they're being led to, children will be able to police themselves better, protect themselves better when they're empowered with information, rather than taking away the gadgets, penalizing them, and creating a tug of war in the manner in which they appreciate technology. Because we are not on the same age. Children are inquisitive, they are more curious, they want to get this gadget, they're more tech savvy. So what we have done for us here in Kenya is to collaborate with Google on this program that we are calling digital parenting. And we picked Google, courtesy of Google, we picked one of the young ladies called Evelyn Kasina, who is training on that digital program to ensure that parents understand that philosophy, the importance of children being empowered and working with them, not against them, giving them information, navigating the space with them, enjoying the use of internet with them, creating a wholesome experience of using the internet. That way, children will know that technology is not evil. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, but it can also be a double-edged sword. And I think that's the kind of information that we have. And I'm so grateful that Evelyn, who is not our employee, but contracted by Google to support us in that program, has also been with us in this meeting. So that's where we are going. We are creating the same media literacy awareness among schools and colleges through the Kenya National Drama and Film Festival. The idea is to get people to appreciate creativity and the art and the freedom of expression through the creative art without without breaking the law, and appreciating the fact that the internet is a powerful tool. It is a beautiful thing for doing business. It's a great platform for connecting. It's a place to create love, not hate. And therefore, the best way is to preach more love, to have more people there who are engaging in constructive things. If more people are creating M-Pesa, like we have a young man who created the mobile electronic money transfer here in Kenya, which is now used virtually by the entire population, and that you can endeavor more to create those. The boy who has the wind or something that we saw, I think, in Malawi, and we can have progressive. We can have our youth engaging their minds and their creativity and energies in positive things, but we need to give them the space. We need to guide them. we need parental guidance, and we need parents to be present for their children. The government will not bring up your children for you. You bring up your children, you teach them values, and let that conversation begin from our homes, and let it now go to the corporates, to the religious sector, wherever. Let us have a national conversation. For now, we want to utilize the internet, the dangers, the dark side of the internet, so that we create a better world that will not be destroyed by technology, by the internet, but will be built by the same.
Can I just add on the cyberbullying issue?
Can I add? Yeah.
Okay. On the cyberbullying issue, I think Dr. Mutua has spoken about the educating of young people, which is something that we are all doing, but I am also encouraged to see right now is more and more people online are realizing that social media is not the wild, wild west. There is recourse for people if you find that your rights have been infringed upon online. And we have seen more people taking action, and our role as well in the regulatory space, in the film and publication space, is to educate people about those rights, that when you feel you've been defamed, when you feel there was hate speech targeted at any particular group, the normal recourse that would be there in any case is there, but you just need to follow it up. So it's just digital literacy across the board, targeted at young children, but also old people as well. Thank you.
What I'd like to do now is ask for a conclusion from each of the regulators that are with us in the room and online. The conference is obviously named Harmonization of Content Regulation in Africa 2021. In the beginning of the conference, Ms. Mashele spoke about the journey that's been taken to get here and the further steps that need to be taken. What I'd like to ask is for each regulator to give us direction. From here, where do we go as we wrap up the conference? We can start with our online delegates. If I could ask perhaps Mr. Vusigama Kumalo to start, and then go to Mr. Thomas, go to Dr. Mutua, and then come into the room here. Mr. Kumalo, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As Swatini, let me say we are very grateful to be part of this conference. As I mentioned earlier, that we are still a young regulator, but for the past 2 years that we have started regulating broadcasting through our regulator, we have actually learned a lot from this conference. And I must say that we have made some strides after we have attended this conference in 2019. We were able to put up a broadcasting code, which is now being used by the broadcasters, and in that code, content classification is key. Although we don't have classification guidelines, but learning from the other regulators, we've managed to do a draft, which we probably will share so that we can be advised if we're on the right track. But to us, we as a country, as a regulator, we want to see a harmonized content regulation, because in Africa we know that the values are almost the same, but there might be some differences there and there. That's why our draft classification try to be similar to South Africa, so that it's a way of starting the harmonization of content. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vusigama Kumalo, who's a Broadcasting Services Manager at the Eswatini Communications Authority. Let's go to Mr. Adedayo Thomas, who's the CEO of the National Film and Video Census Board in Nigeria now.
Thank you so much. This is another beautiful one, and way forward. I'm expecting from when we started, we thought it's going to be regular, but something came in that couldn't make regular, and that's COVID-19. We've learned so much within ourselves, and as Nigerian regulator, we're ready to work with other partners effectively, the way Nigeria, South Africa, and of course, Kenya has been working, has been leading several other issues apart from the harmonization. I want to believe that the participants too, like we rightly said, will come on board to let us know what is happening in the new world and how best we can we can solve the problem, or how best we should move faster to see what is going to happen so that we can all benefit from the global trend in light of the ecosystem in the film industry. I don't have much to say. We'll continue the dialogue, but a couple of points needs to be to be taken deeply and action started, especially with us as regulators. Couple of the things we do are outside box thinking in most cases. So we need to engage ourselves in policy issues that will give us the background to do what? To do our work, especially with our finances when it concerns operations, because we do operations and enforcement. It's like we are police and we can't be left police without a gun or some form of you allow me to use this, some form of coercion will be a toothless dog. So I think we need to equally put that when we're having our private meeting, how best can we create the world standard or African standard in terms of finances for our operation. Thank you so much, and we look for a further discussion on the third. Thank you. And participants worldwide and those seated, I must give you kudos. It is not easy, but then it's a challenge that we all have to put our hands on deck and solve. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Humphrey Mpondaminga, who's Director of Regulations from the Malawi Censorship Board. Just if you can give us a sense of direction, where should we go next? What's the way forward?
Thank you so much. By way of question, I'm direct development. Yeah, but coming to the issues in terms of summarizing, I think as the regulators who have that shared vision to harmonize regulation content, I think the first thing for us to do is now to draw a clear roadmap how we want to move. This will be our action plan, say in the next 5 or 6 years. There are these very specific steps that as countries we have to do, and some of the issues we have to do them together. I was putting this across knowing that learning from how the other sectors have done it. For example, the digital migration issue of which we had to do as countries in terms of moving from analog broadcasting to digital broadcasting. There was a very clear roadmap and an action plan. It took us so many years of work to deliver that. So I want to borrow from that we also have to draw a very clear roadmap on the specific issues that we need to do if we are to harmonize content. The second aspect, I also want to mention that there is need to perhaps refine analysis in terms of the various jurisdictions that we have across the countries. I know that this we have already started working on through South Africa, but let's refine it. Let's know the similarities, the differences. And like I said earlier, the low-hanging fruits, there are some areas that are much easier for us to work on and agree. Let's also build on in terms of, I think last time I missed the morning session, sorry. But the last meeting, this was about trying to have a governance system rating each country how good they are in terms of content regulation. So that would be maybe the benchmark for us to move forward. That said, I want to bring out the issue of looking at content, like I've said, it doesn't come in one package. So my strong recommendation is that we cannot attempt to harmonize like for all the platforms that the consumer is accessing content, or what the traditional films market, the hard copies, the hard formats. Maybe we start from there. How would we harmonize? If that is done, then we look at the online content, or is it online content the mainstream? Vis-a-vis, if we are done in that area, we agree on benchmarks, would move forward. Then the TV content on its own, which can be movies as well as production in terms of music and other stuff. We look at we agree as a country. And finally, maybe social media. So that way, that will see us moving forward. But the other aspect I also want to bring out is that we are supposed also to bring in the political support on these issues, because for the first meeting and the second one again, we have discussed it at a technical level, but perhaps moving forward we need to take this meeting to the leaders of the political leaders of our government and sell the idea. I know that when we started with this, it was because of at least as studied, it was because of it was like a follow-up meeting to the summit that was held. Is it in Lesotho sometime back? So I don't know. I was asking. Maybe this is a question for tomorrow's closed session. That did we manage to report back, or we have to report back so that we buy.
We apologize for that break in transmission. Mr. Mpondaminga speaking about what's going to take place tomorrow. Remember, for some of us, the conference is closing today, but the regulators are meeting tomorrow. I'd like to now move on to Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, who's the CEO of the Kenya Film Classification Board, to give us his insight into what needs to be done next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, again, to thank you very much. You have been a great moderator. Number two, to say how exciting it has been for myself and the Kenya Film Classification Board and the government of Kenya to be part of this. It has been an exciting journey since we first met in Santon in March 2019. That's where I met my brother Thomas for the first time, and where I met Humphrey. And we have since become friends ever since we have been able to do the African Pavilion at the Cannes Film Festival, where we mounted, we took our filmmakers and we created conversation around filming in Africa and gave our filmmakers exposure to international market. Ever since we have been able to collaborate with Nollywood at where I was the chief guest at the Nollywood Film Festival in 2019. Ever since we have been able to collaborate with the Hollywood, where I was the chief guest at the Hollywood Film Festival in December 2019. It has been exciting. We wanted to have moved very fast, and I was hoping that I would have hosted this conference here in Kenya by this time, but COVID happened, and we are now in this new normal. And I'm so glad that now we can connect through virtual platforms and be able to go on with business. I pray for your safety. I pray for all of us that we'll be able to overcome this. These are the stories that speak about who we are: resilience, our hope, our focus on keeping ourselves safe, being part of the global dynamic. And this speaks also to the challenge to the filmmakers, that COVID tells us that we are one. And that we overcome when we speak together, when we obey regulations. Right now you cannot say, I don't care about vaccine, I don't care about masks. That life is about regulation and coming together in times of challenge, not without differences and not without difficulties. And I think this has been exciting, so I wish you well. I want to thank my colleagues from the Kenya Film Classification Board who have been here. I think we have been the greatest supporters, without blowing my trumpet, but I've seen so many of them. We have been trading here in Kenya. This conference has been trading here, and globally we have been putting a lot of input, and we have a huge team that has been supporting the conversations. And I'm so glad to see that very senior people here in Kenya have also been picking. I want to thank the Film and Publications Board. My sister Bogle, you are a gem, and your team. You are amazing. Thank you for not giving up, and thank you for organizing this hybrid model of conference to ensure that we do not just keep disconnected because of COVID, but that we can be able to meet together. Humphrey, it's good to see you. Thank you, Adela Thomas. Thank you, Eswatini, my brother, and everybody who has been able to, in one way or the other, contribute to make this a success. And I want to thank our collaborators. We invited some institutions that deal with child online protection. I talked about Evelyn Kasina, we have Majolene Kirima, and we invited a lady called Lillian Kari. You can have seen most of them have been joining. Like I said, also very senior people within the government of Kenya. These have been exciting, very well organized, very well coordinated conference. Madam Chair, you are exciting, you are, alert and very fair to all of us. And I want to thank all of you who have made this possible. We pray that COVID will be over soon and we go to meet in Nairobi, and we take opportunity as Kenya to welcome you to Nairobi, the city in the sun, anytime when COVID will be over and the movement of people and goods will be eased up and will be safe. Stay safe. God bless you. Wear your mask when you are in public. Take the necessary protocols to avoid COVID, and may God keep us until we meet again. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana.
I think what I'm going to do at this point is, if you can allow me, I'm going to thank everybody, make some announcement and get off the stage, allow you to close and then give us direction to go forward. I think that's going to be the best thing to do. Regulators are reminded to attend the steering committee meeting on MS Teams tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central African time, I'm assuming. Once again, your parking ticket can be collected at the registration table outside the entrance venue. The young voices, please note that you should catch your shuttle as soon as the conference wraps up, so that's in the next 10 minutes, I think. Thank you so much for allowing me to be your program director over the last 2 days. It's been such a pleasure facilitating these discussions, learning so much from everybody in the room and outdoors, and that's where it ends for me. A very good afternoon, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Nzinga, for being such a great MC. You assisted us with facilitating the conversation with such grace. Much appreciated from our side. On the way forward, where to from here? I think my colleagues on the line have already spoken that tomorrow we're actually having a closed session as the regulators. There was a mandate that we were given in 2019 where we were basically meant to go and put some work together. The matrix that was presented earlier by Mr. Bakhalimela is one such thing that we were tasked to do. We were also tasked to bring together as many more regulators as we can possibly find, or other institutions that are operating in the space that we can possibly find. So we are going to be meeting with the ICT Steering Committee to go through all of that and see how far have we gone. And I'm sure once we've done, we'll be able to publicize and say what is the way forward, what is the direction moving forward for this initiative. If you actually look at the work that we do, there's actually so much more that brings us together than the fewer things that may diverge us to a certain extent. And the most important thing that we need to do as the FPB, we need to do as the regulators, is to focus on the things that bring us together. And I think Dr. Mutua also touched on that earlier. Focus on the things that bring us together so that we can set the African agenda in the digital space. Because if we focus on the things or the areas that separate us or are divergent amongst us, then we will not be able to be a collective that can say that this is the African voice and this is the African agenda. So for me, if I can cite a success factor in this initiative that we've had, is for us to be able to come together, to speak together, to differ respectfully amongst ourselves, and to respect each other as the various countries. So moving forward, it's to try and bring more voices so that when we need to say that this is the African position, at least from the African countries that are there, we can have a big representation than we currently have right now. So that for us is certainly a way forward. And those are some of the discussions and deliberations that we will be having tomorrow with the regulators. And once we are done, we will communicate with everyone. As I close, I think the main thing for me is to just say thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the representatives that have joined us. I think in the previous conference, we probably didn't have Zambia. We have Zambia in the room. We have the head of the Independent Broadcasting Authority in the room, and we are truly grateful, ma'am, for your team for coming to join us. We have the Malawian Telecommunications Authority that is here. We are truly grateful. We had them joining us virtually as well. We had the Kenyan Film Classification Board also joining us, and the Nigerian board. And we are trying to bring more representatives from across the continent, starting with SADC and also moving outside of SADC. And we encouraged all the other members to also bring other bodies with similar interests within their regions so that we can create the African bloc that we aspire towards. I would like to thank the colleagues from various government departments. I know a lot of them actually joined virtually. Your support is always appreciated, and I hope you will be able to take back the information that you got from here and you can share it with everyone. To all the industry players, especially the operators or the companies that joined, we hope that through the information that we share today in the last 2 days and what we will share through our report will actually make your life easier. Because through harmonization, the intention is to really make business life easier, because what we want as regulators is to see business thrive, is to see industry thrive. So if once you know the regulatory landscape and it's easy, you can get it at a touch of a button, you do not have to go around scrambling for information. It certainly makes your role easy, because then you know how to comply and where to comply. So we are honestly and truly grateful for you joining us and being with us for the last couple of days. The civil society partners as well. We also have filmmakers that have joined us. I know I was introduced to one film producer in the room. The young and upcoming stars, I look forward to seeing you guys. Not only in the South African Television Awards, there's a whole lot of awards in Nigeria. That's the whole point of availability of content. You can make it big in any country as long as you know how to enter the market and how to access the market. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your support. You've made this session more engaging because you were here, and maybe the people who are participating from home could not provide the oomph that you assisted us to provide in this session. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you to the FPB team. For all of this, there was a whole team, production team that put this together. Some of us just had to come up and show up and look pretty, but the team put a whole lot of work into it. Thank you, Lynette. Thank you to the communications team. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you to everyone at FPB, because everything that was basically presented today is a reflection of the work that the colleagues at the Film and Publication Board wake up to do every morning. So we were able to pull all of this off because we are able to work together as a team. With those few words, colleagues, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Travel safely. To the colleagues online, we shall see each other tomorrow. Thank you.